There you go. All right, we're opening the November 21st. I had looked 2023 Board of County Commissioners meeting. The first thing we have on the agenda today, the 8:30 item, we'll be very quick about this, is an 8:30 administrative approval of marijuana licenses, Nanette. And I see that we have 7 of them on here. I mean, we can have you run through them. Oh, and maybe you could just give us a very brief description of each one. And it
They're all-
sounds like we have a board staff approval on all of them, but you just go ahead and list them off.
Correct, I will do that. Okay, for XLNY, they are renewing their retail products manufacturing, medical products manufacturing. NatureMed is renewing also their retail products manufacturing and medical products manufacturing. DJR is renewing their retail products manufacturing. And then Tamalpais is renewing their retail products manufacturing, and they're also applying to modify their premises to allow for some additional storage space in their business. And all of the reviewing departments have indicated recommended approval for all of those applications.
Okay, well, with that, you have that approval.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next item we have on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anyone here for public comment? Yes, sir. Could you come up and we'll have you come up and identify yourself and where you live?
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having me this morning, as well as staff. My name is Neil Gibbons. I'm representing businesses at 1181 County Road 308, lots A and B, 1077 County Road 308, and 1041 County Road 308, all in the Downeyville-Dumont area. I am first coming 2 reasons today. I saw some acknowledgement that needed to be given to some of the great work that the staff of the county has done with their open spaces recently, as we're coming towards the end of mountain biking season. As someone who has put in hundreds of miles on the trails here in the county, and I'm very pleased to see the development that the county has put in through the efforts put forward. I just want to acknowledge what a great job that the staff has been doing with Warren Gulch, and particularly Floyd Hill and some of the other developments. I know that Floyd Hill was a bit stymied this summer because of the traffic pattern and some of the construction going on there. But we have seen a tremendous increase in mountain bike popularity across the entire state, and Floyd Hill with the co-project from Comba and some of the other sponsors have really put our area on the map in all the good ways. So I certainly commend you guys for your efforts there. But with that increased use, I've also noticed a couple of things, specifically that there's a lack of real economic opportunity at that Floyd Hill location. We have, I see that they've put in new waste receptacles, new outhouse facilities as well. I really, again, support that effort to build a more robust trail system for our outdoor spaces networks and our open space networks. I would love to put it on your radar for any future projects you may consider to also look a little further into our county. One great example I could bring to the table is the area around Douglas Mountain, the Greater Empire region, that has not only a perfect, statistically speaking, perfect layout for a very conducive bike and nature walk area, very similar to what Jeffco has done with their elk preserve and their open spaces for Elk Meadows, but also pointing that with Winter Park being one of the most popular destinations in the county in the country for mountain biking, the opportunity for an area such as Empire to expand on some of the economical opportunities that we see from that traffic pattern. I think we certainly could pick up some of the Winter Park overflow. They hold nationals there every year. It's a huge hit for a lot of the Denver people. And so an area like that could do very well, as with Georgetown, some of the others, but specifically looking at further into the county. So not only can we capture some of the other fast growing demographics that are going out to use our open spaces and mountain bike in the area, but also incorporate and encompass the opportunity for economic growth and to allow our businesses to proliferate from that. The second reason I'm here today is I have heard talk that the DDL area is possibly looking at having a housing development committee put in place. I again want to say, as someone who represents many properties and businesses that I either own or run out of that area, and also as a resident of the Dumont area, I strongly support those opportunities. I think we absolutely need some community housing, some affordable work-based housing in there. As a layperson who has struggled for 10 years now to try and be able to do something with my RV storage yard, and where we currently have a cannabis licensed business at 1181 County Road 308, lots 1 and 2, it has been very difficult for me to understand the necessary steps put forward. And sometimes it does feel like the goalpost moves a little bit when it comes terms to finding a way to be able to offer the land we have, put it out there and meet with developers and actually be able to get a project off the ground. As we, the owners of these properties and businesses that I represent, do intend to be good stewards to our community. We certainly look forward to any opportunity the county would have with this DDL potential housing program and committee. We certainly also would like to offer, for one, would like to offer my support and volunteer if there was ever any need for someone in that community to be a resource, not only for our properties that we could pledge to help any projects, but also as someone that's willing to put a little footwork in and speak with my neighbors in that community for any efforts that would go towards a new and affordable workforce housing.
Thanks, appreciate it. We don't normally engage in dialogue, just for a little clarification. If you have, you mentioned you had several properties and you were trying to decide what to do with those properties. Conversations that you have regarding that with regard to housing should be had with staff so that we don't get involved in conversation. As we're precluded as commissioners from getting involved in conversations about the merits, demerits, whatever, of any proposed project. So if you have anything like that, it should be done directly with staff. And then I'll just offer the comment that I totally support and understand. I've been mapping mountain biking and stuff around here for years. We look at a lot of opportunities. I've heard the Douglas Mountain thing come up a few times. That would fall, I think, into the a determination about Douglas Mountain for that kind of a project, like a Floyd Hill type project, would probably fall into an area of wildlife study, because Douglas Mountain in particular has been identified as a wildlife habitat. So something on the scale of Floyd Hill might, not meet muster with CPW and other biologists that are looking at that area in the Forest Service and so forth. But that doesn't mean there aren't a lot of other opportunities around Empire to do that kind of stuff, and otherwise understand, agree with, and appreciate your support. So.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
You bet. Okay, any other public comment in the room?
Someone looking in.
I think so. It looks like it.
Cemetery.
The public comment still needs to happen now.
Oh, okay.
The chair can wait.
Yeah. Do we have any online?
Raise your hand online if you would like to make a public comment.
Just a point of clarification
No,
on
no, mine.
what's happening in DLD. We are talking about creating a sub-area plan for DLD. I believe that's what Mr. Gibbons is referring to.
Right.
And that sub-area plan should address many of the issues that in conversations that we've had
Right.
in DLD over the last 5 years while I've been in office.
Yeah.
Just so that everybody knows that is happening and that's what's happening. And maybe staff could say, do we have a consultant on yet?
We have a
Or
consultant on board. We've met with them once.
Okay.
And there will be an advisory team that will consist of community members getting formed. So.
Yeah, it was my understanding we were moving forward with all of that. So, and the only reason I made the comment that I did was not to be discouraging, but just to say that when I heard the comment about, the commenters on properties, I just wanted to clarify and separate that one issue. But it's great to have that support. Appreciate it. Do we have other public comment? Do we have anyone else here for public comment today? Going once, going twice. Do we have anyone else here for public comment today?
No, Randy.
Okay.
For something else.
I just saw you writing your name down, so I just wanted to make sure we didn't, just run bulldoze past.
I'm the
Okay,
next person in line.
all right.
We think they're here for the cemetery item. So I don't know if
Chris, what?
cemetery item.
Yeah.
That's why they're here.
Okay, all right. All right, so the next item that we have is county commissioner updates. Commissioner, who wants to go?
Mr. Chair, just really quick, before we move off of public comment. If you are here to see the cemetery agreement and you have any comment on the cemetery agreement,
You're right.
now would be your time to make it.
I guess
That's a good, that was your
I
point.
should have been more explicit.
Okay, thanks. Thanks. I'm relaxed this morning, so
It says mimosas, Randy. How can I?
I rested while George was working really hard over the weekend before he started resting. So if you have public comment about the cemetery, now would be the time to make that public comment, because during the actual agenda item, it'll only be staff and the commissioners talking. So,
Oh, okay.
because we don't have a dialogue with the public during those items. So would you like to make a public comment about the cemetery?
Well, yeah, we want it. That's our public comment.
Okay, can you come up and identify your name and identify yourself for the record, and then make yes?
Yeah, I was going to say, and just for point of clarification, these fine ladies are here on behalf of the Mill Creek Valley Historical Society, but it was more observing. We wanted them to know that it was on the agenda on consent today. So you're not obligated to say anything, but I just wanted you to know, you're
Okay.
certainly welcome.
Quite familiar with both their involvement
Yeah.
and their tenure in the community. So
Okay,
name and address, please, or name and location.
okay. My name is Chris Miller. I'm in Dumont with the Mill Creek Valley Historical Society. And the comment is, we are so happy that we are getting the Dumont Cemetery under the auspice of Mill Creek Valley Historical Society. So that's my comment. I'm glad it's finally happening, and we're going to take care of it. That cemetery. So I'm glad we're getting
Okay, thank you for your
it.
comment.
So
Maurice,
same ditto.
what she said?
Oh,
Okay,
I'm the treasurer of the, and she's the president.
all right.
And Mr. Chair, even though this is on a consent item, I did want to mention, I wanted to express my thanks to both the Mill Creek Valley Historical Society as well as Bob Leffler in our office, who diligently worked to get this transfer accomplished, preparing the necessary documents and working very closely with their board. So just
Okay,
wanted to throw that out there.
okay, very well. All right, thanks for the catch on that. It went right over my head, so. All right, commissioner update.
I just ask a question real fast.
Yes.
When we do get the transfer, does the Historical Society have to pay for the filing?
You maybe work that out with staff.
We'll work that out
Oh,
with you
okay.
after.
I brought the check.
Okay. The name's Peter Litzman. And
And,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Apparently you're not excited about this. That's right. All right, commissioner update.
I have two things on my mind, if I may start. First, the legislature just concluded yesterday its special session on property taxes. I spent Thursday, Friday, and the weekend following that very closely. Was able to secure a couple of things. First, what they're doing is reducing property taxes statewide and using state funds to backfill local governments so that we can continue to provide services. Fire departments were put at the top of the list to receive backfill. And a read of the legislation, it would have left our Emergency Services General Improvement District, which funds the Clear Creek Fire Authority, out of that formula. Reached out to legislators and got a change. Huge thanks to Peter Lickman for helping me understand what that change needed to look like, and Maria Ostrom on our staff. Also, huge thanks to Dylan Roberts, our state senator, who got this amendment drafted, and the bill sponsors, Senators Hansen and Fenberg, for supporting it. It's going to be a difference of at least, based on the calculations of one of the versions of the bill, at least $85,000 a year. So that's a one professional firefighter that they get to retain. The other thing that's worth mentioning is they're setting up a task force for the purpose of finding a long-term solution to these dramatically increasing property values that are driving increased tax bills. I felt, and CCAP felt, and CCI felt, basically counties felt that county commissioners needed more seats at the table. We understand property tax at a level of depth that's greater than legislators that don't deal with it. And represent, all of the other property taxing entities, or don't represent them directly, but are aware of what they're up to and what their needs are. So we were successful in getting several additional commissioner seats on that task force. I'm very excited about that. If Randy, Sean, if you guys wish to serve on that task force, that is something that is going to be decided really quickly. I'm thinking about whether I would apply myself. So that is the special session. The other thing that's on my mind is, I know, and this might be in your manager update, we received an email from you midweek last week, and then Jeffcom issued a press release. Jeffcom has accepted our request that they deliver services to us. The request that came from the county, all 4 municipalities, and the fire authority. That has driven a fair amount of interest in our community. And, anytime we make a decision like this, I think it's important for us to be prepared to provide facts and explanation and be responsive to people. So I think my ask is that we, in the least, produce a document that explains the factors in that decision, the process that we used, et cetera, and issue our own press release and our own fact sheet. I'm also open to other forms of public engagement to explain this decision and what's happening. Totally understand when you're talking about a system like 911 that people are going to be very excited about whether someone picks up the phone when you dial 911, and welcome the opportunity to assure people that they're going to receive better services in the future after this transition.
Okay. Anything else? No. I've got a few items. We held the NOCO partners meeting where we went through a focus group on the future, how we can take all this plethora of information that we've developed at NOCO, some of which we're already instituting in our public messaging and stuff like that Megan's been working with, and I know that Amy's been tracking really carefully also while she's worked on the ROM, and Amy's been involved in a lot of the stuff down there. In particular, this is about the big picture in the future and how to begin assimilating all the environmental and other data that we pulled together. And the one part that jumped out of this large partners meeting, the partners meeting has interest groups ranging from motorized recreation. It's not the board and the land managers. It's all of them plus all these interest groups, everyone from the biking community to motorized recreation to community to others. And one of the things that popped up was the idea of being able to start having a regional vision for, do we allocate and pick places where we put certain kinds of activities, and do we do that at the local level, or do we do that at the regional level, so that we can say that in this region, part of the region, we do that, and at this part of the region, we do this, so that it can be embraced by everyone through NOCO. And I let them know, and I was really clear about Clear Creek in particular, that what that means is revisiting the entire structure of NOCO because of the sovereignty agreements we have, in which everyone makes their own decisions about their own areas. We don't commit to a regional vision to just accept something because there was a large group decision that was made. And it was pretty, I think it was pretty clear that that was understood, that that's a very large and complicated conversation. Also, I wanted to mention one thing, that this last year, we already approved $25,000 as a match for a Colorado Natural Heritage Program environmental study grant match, which is just a small fraction of the amount of money that it would cost to get this environmental study done for our county, the portion of our county that's part of NOCO. And so we already approved that once, but I just caught, after our last meeting on the budget, I caught that was and checked to see if it was anywhere in the budget, and it was not with Brian. So that, I think, is being added to the budget, and Brian's going to bring it to our attention with some of the details as we head to the final budget. I'll mention with regard to Matt Harris, the person we've chosen for the sheriff position, that I did have a great, and I think the other commissioners have also, from what I've heard. I had a great conversation with him. It was very consistent with his interview. I remained impressed with him, and that was a really good time spent talking about his views for the future and his asking questions about the county and his intent to get engaged here. And that he did find accommodations and achieve residency prior to November the 4th, which was a big deal. And I know that's been a lot of the chatter I've seen on social media. So this is a good place to kind of clear things up, as George was saying, just saying a second ago about other issues, that make sure people have the real facts. In that same vein, I know I had, and I believe the other commissioners may have had or are going to have interviews with the current regarding that dispatch situation, trying to get that information out. And I know I made the same request already of staff that George did, that we look into just now, and that we look into getting a communication out there to the public, and including a press release and talking points, and to be able to make sure that we can, people, what's clear from social media is that there's a lot of misunderstanding. We have had all open, public and transparent meetings about this. We've had several public meetings, that's clear. And I think that some of the documentation we put out there has shown that. However, it's a really complicated subject, and not everybody gets to our meetings and sees them. A lot of that is, it's on videos that people either do or don't make. They either don't make the meeting, and they may not ever look at the video and see the conversations that we had. And a lot of those questions can be answered in those videos, but I do think it would be better, we'd be better serving the public if we get a synopsis of details and facts out there, when, where, and how, and how it really works, and how the decisions were made, and all of that, so the public is fully informed. So I completely agree with that. One last thing on just on Mount Blue Sky, the signs are going up relative to change. I know we had a lot of questions and chatter, and it's even made the Denver news about when are they ever going to put the signs up? Why does it take so long to do that? Part of it is that there are so many different land managers and entities that own the different portions along the corridor, and they each have their own processes to change names of other things and to do signage. But two things that have happened is Denver Mountain Parks has put up new signage. I believe it's up now. I know I saw a picture of what they were putting up, a sign for up at Echo Lake that was going to identify Mount Blue Sky, and arrows pointing different directions for stuff. And then CDOT has a total of 25 signs to put up. 21 of those signs are already installed. There are 4 signs left, and those are the 4 big ones on over our I-70, which require a little bigger production. You know, it's a larger sign to be made, and it's a bigger production to get out there on the shoulder and kind of sometimes close the lane and do stuff to go overhead and put big signs up that say Mount Blue Sky that way instead of Mount Evans. So, and that's all I've got. Sean, what have you got?
Hey, everyone. I guess I might add a little bit to the conversation about JeffCom. I'm really proud of the level of due diligence that our organization engaged in, the amount of discussion that happened in public forums. And I agree that the facts maybe should be consolidated and summarized in a form that could reside somewhere, perhaps on the website. I'm honestly kind of disappointed at some of the most shrill voices in our community, who I personally feel are not acting in good faith. I think there's other motivations that are going on besides making the best financial decisions for the community and providing the best service. And so at some point, I'm going to feel comfortable just moving on and letting those voices die off. But with that said, I do think we should continue to be vigilant about investigating other ways of making sure the community is informed about how decisions get made, what those decisions are, how they're able to have their voices heard. But I'm not sure, personally, reflecting on what we did and how it went down, that a better process is out there that we didn't take advantage of. I think that's probably all I have to say about it.
Thanks, Sean. I appreciate that. I mean, I actually agree with that. And I just think a good summarization to make sure that people aren't I mean, obviously, there were a lot of things a lot of chatter on the social media that went way, way beyond just the dispatch center. For the record, I don't even have a switch anywhere to turn off people's mics as an example. I know I didn't read it, but I heard I was accused of being a person who turned off people's mics so they never had a voice, and I don't even know how to do that. So, after 5 minutes, I generally try to remind people that they have 3 minutes for public comment. So, and that's about the end of it there. So so I do agree that there was a lot of stuff out there that was not really germane to the conversation. And a lot of it either misinformed or not in good faith, but that's not, I don't want to try to separate between which was which. I'd like for us to make sure we have good information out there, a summarization out there of how we got where we are, since there's obviously a lot of angst in the community. And I think then I'm satisfied because I think we've done our work in making the decision.
I think the only thing I would add is that it's really clear there's a small group of people with a lot of information that are upset about a number of things. The thing that I think is incumbent on us is that as news is made and people who maybe haven't been engaged on this topic become engaged, that they have access to the facts and information.
Right.
If I was sitting on my couch on a Saturday morning, not having watched a Board of County Commissioners meeting in years, and just found that, just came across some of this messaging, I would be upset too. And so I think it's just really important for us to share the facts as people become aware and become engaged. Obviously, people having confidence that when they call 911, someone is going to pick up the phone is crucially important.
Right.
And we
Right.
have work to do to restore that confidence because of this information that is put out there.
Yeah, and I agree with that. That's like I said, I agree with that. And that's the reason. The first thing I think Megan and I talked about was, what can we do about this? What can we get in public, and how can we get it well in front of them so they can see it? So I don't have any disagreement with you.
One thing I would add, I think we probably did ourselves a disservice by focusing too much on the financial savings, because my
Right.
belief is that the financial savings in some ways are kind of the icing on the cake. We have a system right now that has served our community fine over decades, but it's a system that sometimes has a single person holding down the fort when we have a 400 square mile area. And what we're transitioning to is a much more sophisticated, modern solution that has dozens of people who are available to provide surge capacity. And I think and I think things are being highly mischaracterized as the new solution is somehow going to be less robust or inadequate, when the exact opposite is the truth, in my opinion. Actually, the facts suggest the exact opposite is the truth, and what we're migrating to is a superior solution that happens to be a good bit more financially affordable.
Right. One example is that when you have 7 people on staff covering 24 hours times 7 days, that's, if you have one person on, that's 24 hours apiece. What that means is you got between 1 and 2 people on, depending on what day and what time, in most circumstances. And that's a situation where when we have a surge in occurrences of incidents, we don't have the ability to respond as quickly. And I think it's helpful to be able to bring more people in. That's just one example. So it's not that they haven't done a great job. It's just we're trying to find a way to bring more capacity. That's one of the really important elements. There are others, of course, and I think that'll be available when we get this piece out shortly. So on the financial side, one thing that really struck me is staff has done an incredible job. I just want to say this on the financial side of this, getting outside of dispatch for just a moment. There's a lot of misunderstanding about whether the Henderson mine still contributes at the level and is going to contribute at the level that it always has. It's already not been contributing at the level that it always did for a really long time. Over the last 10 to 15 years, it's been declining, and especially in the last 10 years. And in 2015, their tax contributions to us were $11 million because of their reductions in production and the reductions most of the time in the market rate that fluctuates up and down, occasionally back up. We received in 2023, I believe, for the 2022 year, we received $2 million. That's about 1/6, give or take, because we're expecting to get a little bit less in 2024. So that means we're receiving only 15% from a source that was responsible for 70% of our property taxes. So when you multiply 85% that we're not getting times that 70%, you come up with a really gigantic amount of property taxes that we have declined already over the last 10 years, which is why we talk about the fiscal cliff and why our staff has been working so hard to reduce costs. We're operating in a deficit right now, and we have been. In the 2023 budget, that was $2.9 million. Round that off to $3 million. Staff and through finding more funds and through reducing costs has gotten us down to a $1 million deficit, but we're still spending $1 million more than we're actually taking in right now in the what will be most likely the 2024 proposed budget. And that's a really important thing, because a move like Jeffcom, if it can save us that $1/3 to $500,000, can be 1/3 to 1/2 a bite out of what we have left in front of us to reach solvency. And that's a really important goal that we have in front of us. And I'd like to see that completed. I'd like to find the rest of the savings that we have to, or the rest of the revenues that we have to, within the time that Sean and I are here, and we're gone in a year. So that's really important to me, for the people of Clear Creek, that we have a solvent government that we can count on, and we still provide equal or better services. So, sorry, that's my story. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
The only thing I would add to that is just there's been constant conversation about the mine closure date since I can remember. The first newspaper article I remember reading in the Current was about this topic. The closure date of the Henderson mine is not what we're talking about. We're talking about the revenue we get from their production. And that revenue we get from their production is what is reduced from $11 million in 2015 to $2 million this year. And that's the financial pressure that we face.
Right. That other 15% is somewhere out in the future. And when we talk about the closure date, that's what we're talking about. And but the big chunk has already happened, and we're already fighting that bear. And thanks to Brian and everybody Maria for the hard work that you've done, and the rest of the staff has done in getting there. Appreciate that. Well, that was a little longer discussion for commissioner update than we usually have. Let's have a county commission or a county manager update.
Yes, Jeff Cutler was on my list to talk about. The board meeting was last Wednesday. They did accept our request. And it was unfortunate, I guess, that I had some scheduled time off almost immediately after that board meeting. I agreed in that board meeting not to put a press release out. I agreed in that board meeting to let them take the lead after they said yes, and that we would put something out this week. So that was going to be the intention. So Megan's already working on a Q&A, and we can definitely get something out with the facts that speak to both the what we believe is going to be service improvements in addition to the financial savings. So
I think, yeah,
that was the plan all along. So
just on that, just in real time, while we're on that, I think that it's important that because of to help solve some of this, the chatter on social media, if we can at least on our own Facebook page have that posted there, of course, and I know it would be, but just to state that people have the opportunity to find it there as well as on our website, I'm sure. So
Can you do that?
the CHAD advisory team, Clear Creek Health Assistant Teams Advisory Team, had its first meeting last week. That was positive. A lot of good talk about the purpose of that team, why they're there, what they're hoping to accomplish. So we just wanted to let you know that that team had its first meeting. I did reach out to Mitch Houston. I think George had had some comments in a previous update about that childcare group, the work they're doing at Building 103. So they're going to come give us an update in January. Our first meeting in January, which is the third Tuesday. I also need to get a joint meeting on your calendars with the Open Space Commission. We're targeting an evening meeting in January. So I'll get with the three of you and maybe find one or two dates that work, and then we can get that on our calendar for a joint meeting with the Open Space Commission. You'll hear, I think you'll probably hear a little bit more about that today in an item that we're bringing forward. And then finally, one housekeeping item, item number 13 on the consent agenda was placed in error and needs to be pulled. So when you get to the consent agenda, item number 13 needs to be removed from that agenda. We're bringing that back on December 5th.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. The next item on the agenda, I could be looking at my screen, I guess, too, is the local liquor licensing authority. And we have two items up. So Nanette.
Good morning again. As the agenda states, we have two renewal applications, one from Loveland and one from Two Bears Tap and Grill. To renew their currently held liquor licenses, all the departments have recommended approval and can be done administratively unless there's public comment.
These, well, this is an actual hearing, so we do need public comment and also to give the applicants, if they're present, the opportunity to speak. Is that correct?
Right.
So I think we start generally with the applicants and then move to public comment. Do we have applicants in the room to speak on either one of these liquor licenses or online?
No one is raising their hand online.
Okay. Do we have any public comment regarding either of these liquor licenses? Do we need to handle them separately or may I just?
I think you can do them both at the
Okay.
same time.
The one for Clear Creek Skiing Corporation and the other for Two Bears, Dan LLC down at 6 and 40 Junction. Do we have anyone public comment to speak on either of these liquor licenses? And they can be done administratively without, even in the hearing. Is that correct, Peter? Okay. You got my approval for that. Thanks.
Excellent. All right, and then on the next item, which is number 1, this is ratification of approval and issuance of a temporary transfer permit also for Two Bears Den. We have received an application to transfer ownership from the current members to different members. This is the application that I had sent you for review and
Right.
approval. The state process requires that these be issued very quickly within 5 days, and that is the reason we did not bring it before the full board for approval. But we're bringing it before you today for just ratification.
Okay, and on this one, do we need a vote or or is that also subject for administrative approval?
No, you can do it administratively as
Okay.
well, I believe.
But we also still need the opportunity we know the applicants aren't here already. Do we have any public comment? We didn't a moment ago, so I presume we don't now.
Yeah, and the reason why we're just bringing it back is just so it's on the record. We would have put it on the meeting for the 7th, but that was budget exclusive, so we didn't want to add it even though there was that 5-day time frame.
Okay,
Correct.
all right, so you got that too.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Consent agenda. We have several items on there. Peter already mentioned number 15, or Brian did, I think one of them did, that needs to be pulled off. It's a very long consent agenda today. Do we have any items that either of the commissioners have tagged for removal and discussion?
No, I will have some comments during discussion of the motion.
Okay. Sean, anything from you?
Nope.
Okay. All right, so I'll read them off. Consent agenda, consideration of approval of warrant register. Number 1. Number 2, consideration of approval of quarterly public trustee report. Number 3, consideration of approval between Clear Creek County, Colorado and the Mill Creek Valley Historical Society regarding property commonly known as the Dumont Cemetery. Number 4, excuse me, consideration of approval of special warranty deed to the Mill Creek Valley Historical Society for property commonly known as the Dumont Cemetery. Number 5, consideration of approval of renewal of ambulance license for Evergreen Fire Protection District for 2024. Number 6, consideration of approval of resolution 23-08, resolution to appoint member to the Clear Creek County Tourism Board of Directors. Number 7, consideration of approval of October 25th, 2023 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Number 8, consideration of approval of resolution 23-63, resolution to amend the Board of County Commissioners fund balance reserve policy. Number 9, consideration of approval of October 17th Commissioners meeting minutes. Number 10, consideration of approval of November 14th, 2023 Board of BOCC meeting minutes. Number 11, consideration of approval of letter of support for the U.S. Forest Service off-highway vehicle team. Number 12, consideration of approval of the 2024 5311 grant funding from CDOT and the Federal Transit Administration to the Roundabout Transit Program. Number 13, consideration of approval of resolution 23-62, resolution to designate the Clear Creek County Office's holiday schedule for 2024.
And that's the one being pulled.
Okay, that
That
Nope.
last one, 13.
13. Oh, I thought you said 15. Sorry. All right. Do we have a motion?
We approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 13.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Couple of comments from me. Want to highlight some things without hauling these items. First off, really glad to see that we have figured out how to handle the Dumont Cemetery with the Mill Creek Valley Historic Society. Your presence in the room today at 9:17 on a Tuesday is just another piece of evidence of your dedication to this community, your volunteerism. I'm really happy that we're able to come to this. I've got a lot of confidence in you all to run that cemetery well, as you have for years. And so just very grateful to our staff for working that out. I also want to make a comment on item number 11, the letter of support for the U.S. Forest Service off-highway vehicle team. Really glad that the Forest Service is trying to expand that team. And it's really clear that there's a need for additional work and enforcement of motorized recreation around Clear Creek County. There is one sentence in that letter that I'm not entirely happy with. I will support it nonetheless. The reason I will support it is because, in spite of the fact that the letter discusses OHVs, the sentence appears to talk more broadly about recreation. It reads, the popularity of the area provides visitors an exceptional opportunity to enjoy the outdoors, which likewise provides a tremendous economic impact to our community. I want to express right here that I don't think that motorized recreation does a whole lot for our economy. I think that when you have full parking lots, a truck and trailer displaces and reduces the capacity of parking lots in our tourism economy to get dollars from our tourists. And just want that to be made clear. I'm not asking that the letter be changed. I'm happy to approve the letter as is. I think it's important that that be stated.
I agree with that. I think it's irresponsible and sloppy to put conclusions like that out there that don't have any basis in any type of an economic study. I mean, I acknowledge that we have outfitters in the county who make a fair living and take visitors out. But I also think anecdotally, a large number of the visitors who come privately have a negative economic impact and a negative social impact on the county. And thank you for pointing that out, George.
Yeah, I appreciate that also, and I'd like to take it one step further. I would like to strike the last part of that sentence or the sentence entirely. I feel exactly the same. I've been involved in previous ordinances that were being passed and work that was being done. And it's the same with that industry as many other industries. There are people that make a lot of money manufacturing gear, and you can find any number of published studies that will tell you that it's going to be the final secret to success for your county, and you're going to make so much money off of it. The business people that I have talked to, as an example, in Empire, which is kind of a hotbed of the activity, have not reported that outcome. And I think it's important that, therefore, the jury is certainly out on whether it has a significant positive economic impact on this county.
I think the way to accommodate that request, Randy, is to modify my motion to exclude item 11 and treat item 11 separately. I can make a subsequent motion. And so what I'm going to do is withdraw that motion and move that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 11 and 13.
I think that's fine. Okay, that's a friendly amendment. Are you okay with that, Sean?
It's a new amendment. It's a new motion, I hear.
And he's muted, but I think I'm a lip reader on the side.
Saw you.
Sorry, I said second and I do agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't looking to the right, sorry, or up. Okay, so the motion is, we have a motion and a second to approve all except items number 11 and 13. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, and then I'm gonna move that we approve item number 11. With the letter modified so that the second sentence of the last paragraph is struck.
Let's see a second up there. You have a second, Sean? Did you?
Yeah, second.
All right, thanks. You have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item number 13, consideration of approval of resolution 23-62, resolution to designate the holidays. You said
We're pulling that,
pulling that entirely
Yep.
this time.
bringing it back on December 5th.
Okay, all right, good enough. The next item on the agenda is consideration of approval of the uncollectible property assessment report with the county treasurer, Carol Lee. Do we have anyone here to? I know it's a standard thing we do every year.
Just assume she wanted to not consent. I didn't even ask. So you want to come back to that and we can go tell her? Or he
I
wants to go pull her?
don't think I need a presentation from Carol Lee on this. Sean, Randy?
No, I don't. Nope. This is perfunctory business in my book.
Yep, same. Okay, we have a motion and a second then. In that case, do I hear that?
I move we approve the uncollectible, wait, let's see here. I move we approve the cancellation of uncollectible 2021 taxes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And just by way of explanation, I was gonna do this during discussion of the motion. There are, I think the memo states there are 5 properties whose property taxes have been deemed uncollectible. Maybe, I might be wrong, maybe it's 6, but it's very special circumstances, like in a couple cases, buildings that no longer exist due to fire. That kind of stuff. So, yeah, just by way of brief explanation, all of the documents are in the packet online. People are curious to hear more.
All right, next item is our 9:15 public hearing, consideration of approval of resolution 23-55, resolution for supplemental appropriations for the emergency telephone fund and the ambulance sales tax fund. Maria.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I have a short PowerPoint and I do apologize. It wasn't in your packet. I realized when I was going over my notes, it might be easier for you and it might be easier for anyone from the public viewing to follow along with what I'm saying. It's very short though. We are requesting a supplemental appropriation in 2 funds today. Notification of this budget hearing was published in the Clear Creek Current as required by state law. Proof of publication is in your packet. Next page, Megan. First, we have the emergency telephone fund. And it looks like it doesn't want to move for Megan. So the emergency telephone fund, you did approve a supplemental earlier this year in April. We're back in front of you here asking for a second supplemental appropriation. There was a lightning strike at a tower site and we need to install surge protection and make some repairs. We share costs at that site with the Evergreen Fire Protection District. So we will expend the money and then Evergreen Fire Protection will reimburse us for 50% of those costs. And then there is also another cell tower maintenance agreement that we need to take care of before the end of the year. All told, we are asking for you to increase appropriations to a total of $480,000 for 2023. Next slide, please, Megan. Then in our ambulance sales tax fund, 2 things going on here. First, we are requesting approval for an amendment to increase appropriations for the Station 1A remodel. You approved a construction agreement earlier this year. We did commit to the BOCC that we likely would need a budget amendment for this as we start stepping through these costs, and that we would bring it to you later this year. We've been monitoring the bottom line, and we believe that we need to take care of this before year end in order to make sure that we have the authority and the appropriation room to spend all of those funds. Second, we have the Clear Creek Health Assessment Team. This team was created with full support of the community and the commissioners, and they began operations in August. We have 2 full-time employees that we added this year for that. They also purchased a support vehicle and some supplies to support their program. That is a fully grant-funded operation this year. We will be reimbursed all of those costs, but of course, we first need to spend the money, so we need the authority to spend the money. We are asking for an increase to this ambulance sales tax fund to bring the appropriation for the year to a total of 3.4 million. Staff supports this resolution. We thank you for your consideration, and I did want to mention that Tyler is here, our technician in the sheriff's office, who would be happy to answer questions about the E911 fund request. And we also have EMS Director Aaron Crawley here, who is also happy to answer questions if there are any.
Okay,
Thank you.
I have one question for you right off the bat, and you may have just said this a moment ago as I was looking down at my agenda for a second. Is that supplemental reflected in our current budget presentation for 24 in a carryover?
I believe when I prepared the proposed budget book, I believe I put the assumption that you would say yes to an E911. I don't know if, I'd have to look at the documents to see if I assumed you would say yes to the ambulance sales tax fund.
Just to catch, in case, I just was wondering if that ends up being a $500,000 adjustment to that's all.
Yeah, it will be part of the book, the packet that comes to you for the December 5th hearing. It will show the 23 number. If you approve it today, it will show in the 23 number.
Okay,
That's pretty close to the 2020 budget for the sales tax fund. 2024 budget's 3.6 million.
Yeah, this is to the 2023 budget. So we're talking about, and I apologize,
Right.
Chair, when you're done with your question, Mr. Kyler would like to clarify something.
yeah, and all I was doing was asking, does that change the carryover that we've seen to date?
I do not believe this will change the carryover in the
Okay.
ambulance. I think they are so far along with this remodel. They are thinking it will be done and
Okay.
paid for before the year is over.
Okay,
Just one correction. Evergreen Fire will be the fiscal agent on the repairs that were done,
okay,
and then we'll reimburse them. So,
okay.
and it, just getting it correct for the record.
Which way? Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This question's gonna sound silly. Obviously, how often does lightning strike our communications towers is like, yeah, well, how often does lightning strike? But how often are repairs of this nature needed? Is it in your time in Clear Creek, how many times has something like this happened?
This was a biggie, quite substantial. We took a lightning hit also to Saxon within the last year and had to do the repairs to the repeaters up there. Took 2 of the repeaters out. So fairly common. This UPS did not have a surge protector on it, as I understand. So we actually needed to put that in. That was not correctly installed 10, 12 years ago or more. So it's been remedied hopefully, but even with that, you take a direct hit and it takes things out. If you get a near hit, that's what we hope for. It normally can suppress those, but it's the direct hits that take us really and cause a lot of problems.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't.
Thanks for your consideration.
I move we approve resolution 2023-55 to increase appropriations for Clear Creek County funds.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're back on track. We're 9:30 on the money. Our 9:30 item is consideration of approval of Tri-County Workforce Area Memoranda of Understanding with 21 partners, 14 of which are listed in the initial paragraph, and I noticed that the others got somehow lost. And but if you read right below that under documents, there's documents for actually 21 partners, and I don't know that we really need to name them unless we want to do that. But and I believe Sarah's the person. It didn't, because that paragraph got cut off. I think Sarah's the person that's talking to us about that.
I am sorry. Something was missing on the,
It wasn't,
takes so many
it wasn't due to anything on your part. There was a glitch with the agenda. It got deleted.
Okay.
So
Oh, I
Megan
see.
reconstituted it.
Yeah, that's probably my fault. I'm sorry.
You can blame me, it's fine.
Well, and that box only takes so many characters.
Oh, I wonder if that's what it was. Okay.
Software problem we need to fix.
I'm not trying to even level any criticism. It was a statement of fact in case anybody was.
It was a fun
missing
day
the
yesterday.
details. Just making sure everybody got what was going on, that if you look down below, you'll see and you were interested in who was on it, down below is a list that lists the last 7, I believe, people. So anyway, Sarah.
Yes, thank you. I believe we have 3 people on Zoom that I can introduce, and maybe before we do that, I'll just give a quick kind of overview of the history of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act and history with our county. The feds passed legislation in 2014, just requiring states to align their workforce development program within the state and ensure basically equal access to services. Clear Creek County has partnered with Gilpin and Jefferson County to form one workforce area known as the TRICO. When we look at data for just Clear Creek County residents from November of 2020 through the end of October 2023, there were 1,279 Clear Creek County residents served. A majority of those were served through like self-service, through online services. 162 received staff assisted services and 56 residents were enrolled in a grant program. There historically had been a satellite office in Idaho Springs. It was closed in January of 2020. My staff and I were trying to figure out prior to that how long it had been since that office, that position had been staffed. And we're just not sure when the last time somebody was up in our county providing services. So that's the history of WIOA in Clear Creek County. On Zoom, I don't know if they're all on there. There should be Tracy Bluestein. She is our one-stop operator, and her role essentially is to support partnership within the TRICO and also to ensure compliance with the MOU. And we should have Michelle Foley.
Tracy is now a panelist.
Okay. Michelle is our Associate Director of Workforce. And then Jill Howard is the Policy Compliance Officer. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer what I might be able to answer, but I believe these 3 are more the experts on some of the specifics around the MOU.
Thank you all for being here. Can you hear us okay? No.
Yeah, yes, we can hear, I can hear you.
Okay. I guess the one question that just pops up, that, the 800-pound gorilla in the room, the one that pops right up is, so our office says, our Clear Creek office has not been staffed in more than a month of Sundays, it sounds like, but is there, do our guests today have any explanation of what has been a cause for that and how that will be rectified in the future?
I don't believe there's plans to have somebody up in Clear Creek County. And Tracy and I talked about this a little bit, but and Tracy might be better able to answer it. It sounds like unemployment rates went down in 2019 and they found that there was just less people coming in to access services. So that's why the office was closed in 2020, is my understanding.
I can jump in on that. So yes, that is correct. We also had significant decreases in funding that also led to that decision. One of the things that came from the pandemic is the access to virtual services. We do offer those virtual services both in appointments and in access to appointments through our website, as well as those career coaching and guidance appointments being virtual. And we do that across the Jefferson County, Gilpin, and Clear Creek. We actually see more access through virtual services than we do in person at all locations.
Okay. George, do you have questions?
Yeah, I think I'll start by asking to anybody that knows the answer. Was this region established in federal law, state law? Is it a voluntary association? I said the word voluntary weird there. Can you help me understand how this region was selected?
I don't know the history behind it, but I think it's voluntary. I researched a little bit of what was happening in the metro area, and there are a lot of counties that decide to work together around these MOUs and providing this service. There was a handful of counties that kind of do it independently.
I can elaborate on that as well. So the determination of what a workforce area is ultimately made by the governor's office. It's done but through an evaluation of his staff, what makes more sense, and then they coordinate and reach out. And then ultimately it's the governor that determines that.
Okay, thank you. I will just state that given the labor mobility between Clear Creek, Gilpin, and Jefferson counties, it makes a lot of sense for us to have a combined workforce center. And anytime a small county is in a service area with a county that is much larger than it, we always have to work really hard to receive the attention and service levels that we feel we deserve. There's no doubt in my mind that if we chose to go it alone, we would find that the revenue, the funding we get does not get us a person at a desk either.
Right.
And so I don't want to have unfair expectations on this agreement. I would encourage anytime, I would just love to know more about some statistical analysis around the service levels that the people of Clear Creek County are receiving compared to those of Jefferson County and Gilpin County. And I just want to acknowledge it's a complicated scenario because 75% of Clear Creek County's workforce does not live in Clear Creek County. And a lot of those live in Jefferson County. And so if which of our residents you're serving versus how much of our workforce you're serving, is complicated analysis, but I would appreciate to know that you all are measuring that and making adjustments based on that data, and that you can share those observations with us. I'm not trying to make that contingent on approving these agreements, but that's kind of where my head is at. I would love to see people be able to walk into a public facility in person in Clear Creek County and receive workforce services.
Right.
And you probably hear that from a lot of people.
If I could, and I think we could ask for a response to that, or I would almost add to it because it's almost part of the same statement. The next thing that was in my head as I was thinking about the next natural question was, when you say that we found we had so little call and so many people asking for help with this, for example, are coming in 2019, and that's why, we stopped having someone come here, which again is way over a month of Sundays. But where are we currently post-COVID in the brave new world that we're in now? How does service match need? And that's almost a separate question then. How does service measure up in terms of, are we all getting equal service, throughout the region, throughout this Tri-County region? And I think it's important that when we look for that data, we also recognize that it's a very complicated formula, since about 75%, roughly 75% of the people who live in Clear Creek County and work somewhere, work outside the county. And about 75% of the people who work in Clear Creek County come in from somewhere else to work here. And so what we're really talking about is a service that provides benefit not only to the people that need work, but also to the businesses that need workers. It's a way it's a mechanism through which we can match people up and make sure that we've got a stronger economy, more opportunity for employment as a result. I mean, it's a catch-22 that the business that cannot find workers begins to shrink and have trouble getting the work done, and then has less demand for workers. And the demand for employees goes down because the business is struggling and can't make it. And so it's important that we try to not only make sure that we have jobs for people that are in our county, and I think that's important, but that we make sure that we have facilitated relationships that make sure that everybody that's here has an opportunity to work somewhere. So if there's a way in which that holistic view of what this program can benefit can inform that data, what should be in that data set that would help us understand the benefit, both the balance of the benefit and then its overall impact between supply and demand, workforce supply and demand. It would be helpful. I realize that's probably a great big ask. And again, it doesn't affect whether I'm approving this today. It's just some input.
Great points. Great questions that you shared, and would love to continue this conversation. I think that's one of the benefits of having the MOUs in place and having this process is to engage in these conversations and remind the community, remind the leaders that Workforce is a program that can support both the residents and the businesses in the community. So happy to look at different ways to engage businesses, the community leaders, and continue this conversation.
Any other questions? Sean?
I've got nothing to add. Thanks.
Right.
Commissioners, I would like to just mention that I think someone earlier said there were 21 MOUs. There are actually 16, just for the record.
The additional things that you see on the, or items that you see on the agenda, Mr. Chair, are just supplemental, some background materials, the original IGA.
Okay, original documents.
Yes.
All right, so I stand corrected. So only a couple of them accidentally fell off at the end. Okay. More discussion?
I don't have
Motion?
any further discussion. Mr. Lickman, perhaps you could help me vocalize a motion that captures these 21 actions.
Okay, so not 21 actions, just to be clear again. There are 16 MOUs that need to be approved. It appears that 2 have dropped off on the main caption, where it says consideration of approval of Tri-County Workforce Area Memoranda of Understanding with the following partners. There are 2 that are dropped off. I'm going to ask Beth to supplement the record to make sure that those are added back on. I want to make sure that I can actually just read them into the record. Let me just go to my human services folder.
Looks like what's listed is everyone except Gilpin and Clear. No, I see Clear.
I have to abbreviate some of them.
Yeah,
You've
I was
got
gonna
them.
say.
Okay, no, Brian actually has them in his book from the prior. So what I would suggest, and I'm just gonna read them out, is that the board, somebody makes a motion to approve the Tri-County Workforce Area Memoranda of Understanding with the following partners, and I will list them out. Colorado Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, Division of Unemployment Insurance, Division of Employment and Training, Jobs for Veterans, State Grant Programs, The Learning Source, SCR Jobs for Progress National, Red Rocks Community College, Jefferson County DHS, Wagner Pizer Trade Adjustment Act programs, Jefferson County DHS TANF, Jefferson County DHS WIOA Title I programs, community educational outreach, Jefferson County DHS HUD, CSBG employment programs, Jefferson County R1 School District, ESL, dual language, adult basic education program, Clear Creek County Department of Human Services, TANF, Denver Indian Center, Gilpin County Department of Human Services, TANF, and Equus Workforce Solutions, Job Corps, and indeed any other MOUs that were not adequately described herein, but are related to the 16 MOUs to be approved.
What he said.
So moved. Thank you, Mr. Lickman. I was hopeful that you would have some shorthand, but thank you for reading the whole
Yeah,
thing.
that's all right.
So you approved the 16, the MOUs with the 16 partners. Sean?
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
For the record, I normally would have done the shorthand, but in light of the little glitches, I just wanted the record to be clear.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Workforce Partners,
Thanks,
we'll see
Sarah.
you in fun meetings.
Okay, the next item on our agenda, 9:45. I see Amy's got a couple of them at 9:40. No, the next one's 10:45. So our next item, 9:45, work session to provide info on the multi-jurisdictional housing authority and request feedback. Amy Saxton, Division of Community and Strategic Planning Director. Good morning, Director Saxton.
Good morning, Commissioner Wheelock. Commissioner Marlin. Jeez.
Why, thank you, Your Excellency.
There's that guy up on the screen.
And Commissioner Wood. Up on the screen, like Oz, you know. Thank you, everyone. Willa Williford should be in the
I'm gonna grab a glass.
gallery somewhere. Okay, that's good.
Not seeing Willa.
I think I just gave her the link, so she should be joining.
No worries. I'll keep an eye out for her.
Good morning again. Okay, so today we are, is it all right? Should I start? Empty. I'll give it a minute.
A few seconds.
Yeah. Especially since Willa has not jumped on yet. Are we good?
Willa Williford is a great name.
Oh, there she is. Yeah, okay.
All right, I just promoted her to a panelist. She just needs to accept it.
Okay.
And cross over.
Great.
There she comes.
Cool. Okay, so I think we are all here and this is also, we're gonna also go through, we're gonna talk through, we're gonna have this conversation using our slide deck. Good morning, Willa. And so let's see, does Willa have sharing?
As a panelist, she should.
Yeah,
so.
well, do you wanna,
But if we're gonna do the video, I figured out how to do it. I'm happy to do the video.
okay.
Okay.
So today we're here to talk about the idea of forming a multi-jurisdictional housing authority. And we're going to talk a little bit about this through the lens of our project, which is called the Clear Path Home, which is a, you can go ahead and advance to the next slide, Willa. We're going to talk about the project overall, and we're going to share a video that we produced. And then talk about what an MJHA is, talk a little bit about what it can do and what we're proposing the MJHA we're thinking about forming might do, and talk about how the how it might all work. So this is a project that is a grant-funded project to explore several affordable housing concepts. It's a partnership with Idaho Springs. You're familiar with this. We've talked about it multiple times before. But for the public, this is a partnership with Idaho Springs. We got a grant from the state to explore multiple topics, and we'll talk about those in a moment. You can go to the next slide. We're calling this project a Clear Path Home, and the idea is to really help people find pathways to getting into homes and to explore affordable homes and housing. And there's 3 tasks associated with this project. Next slide, Willa. The 3 tasks are 1, to do a community education campaign to help elevate the reputation of affordable housing, to explain to people what it is and why it benefits communities. And then we're also have a task associated with developing zoning and regulatory policy. That is a project working with each of the 5 governmental entities, the 4 towns being the 4 towns in the county. And so that's a review of their zoning policies and code to evaluate how well each entity's codes align with each entity's goals, and also look at code generally as to how well each code supports affordable housing, how well the codes align, and how well whether or not they support qualifying strategies. The Idaho Springs and the county already have asserted that we have met some of the qualifying strategies that the state has identified and was part of this grant program called IHOP. I won't remember what the letters stand for, but that's part of this grant program that the state has allocated several $1 million to advance affordable housing across the state. So that's the second task. And the third one is really what we wanted to talk about today, which is studying the feasibility and what a multi-jurisdictional housing authority might look like. The multi-jurisdictional housing authority concept was one of the main recommendations that came out of the housing strategy report that that the county completed in early 2022. And so immediately after that, that's when the Idaho Springs and the county jointly applied for the grant to fund this project. So that's what we're going to talk about today. This is a community informed project. We've been utilizing a team called the Project Advisory Team Housing, the PATH team, which is, this list is not completely accurate. You'll note at the very bottom, we've got Karen Quambeck and Sandy Schutzler representing the school district, and both of those folks have moved on by now. But the point of this list is to show you that we have representation from multiple people in the community and have been actively engaging them throughout this process. You can go to the next slide. And this has been a project that's been happening since early spring of this year, with a variety of engagement periods from this community group, the PATH group, and engagements along the way from the towns that have been participating along the way. So it's community informed is one of the main things we wanted to get across with this slide. And then this is the project team. We have Jonathan Kane and I are leading and managing this project. We have Willa Williford, who managed our housing strategy report and helped us write that in last year, 2 years ago, is the coordinating consultant. And then we have a consultant team that's managing the community education group and the zoning group and the zoning project. And then Willa is leading the multi-jurisdictional housing authority project portion of the project. Next slide. And as a cornerstone of the community education campaign, we have produced a video that we'd love to share today. And we're very proud of it. Willa, can you?
Here, I can pull it up.
I think Willa can do it.
Oh, Willa wants to do it?
We've had success so far.
Okay, I won't touch it.
Housing up here is really hard to find. I know people working 2 to 3 jobs, single parents, trying to recruit any, potential employee. It's always the housing, affordable housing.
And I have seen it grew to the point where many residents are having to give up 50% of their paychecks just to keep a roof over their head. It's not very equitable when you can work in our community and not live here in our community. It's just wrong on so many different levels.
The affordability aspect of living in Clear Creek has become an issue with us. We've had 8 management companies in 6 years, 3 management companies in the last 8 months. Most of them just come in and give us a rent increase.
It's very hard for employees to find a place to live. Oftentimes, there will be roommate situations in motels, you know, cramming into these small spaces because rent is very high here.
People really need to join together and start speaking out and standing up for their rights. My rent went up $300 at one time. They expect you to work for minimum wage, but then they want to charge you top dollar to be here.
I realize tourists are needed. I understand that aspect. But who do you think serves these tourists? Who do you think pours their beer? Who do you think runs their rafting trips? People live up here. We have to survive. And if you force us out, where are you going to get your workforce from?
I grew up in a community where it was possible that if you worked here, you could live here and you could live well here. I don't think that's true for a lot of families that are really working hard and really struggling. And we need to make it true again, and we can.
We've recently received a grant from the state. That grant is supposed to help fund an effort so that we can find an actionable housing program for the people in the county so that everyone has an opportunity to housing. We call it a clear path home. And the idea behind it is that we want to find a clear path to a home for everyone. In addition, sometimes there's resistance to what people are concerned about, what this housing is going to be like. And so what we do want to know is what people do want. What do they say yes to? What do people really want to see happen in their communities? What fits so that we can design around that?
I have never seen such a cooperative environment on a given subject as right now on affordable housing. And I am talking about cities, counties, and the state all working in the same direction for the same goal.
We want to take a close look at our zoning regs in each of the jurisdictions and figure out if there's things that can be changed, what could those be? Each of us have our challenges with that because each town and the county itself have a different flavor. The other thing that we want to do is to look at, is it feasible to create a multi-jurisdictional housing authority? It pools resources, whether it's funding or energy. Realistically, if you get affordable housing anywhere in the county, it benefits all of us.
Take a look around you, go explore our towns, the recreation outside of them. This place is beautiful. Go up to the top of Guanella Pass at night, look up. There's no place that I would rather be. This is the place that is my home.
We're not asking a lot. All we want to do is just survive, you know?
This is our moment, this is our time to capture these resources, these tax dollars that are our tax dollars at the state and federal level, and bring them home to bear on this issue so that we can once again build the kind of community that families can thrive in.
So we're really proud of this video, and it's really the cornerstone of the messaging and the reason behind this affordable housing project and what we're trying to accomplish. And I think it also represents that we have a lot of that the towns are on board with this idea, and What we need to work out is kind of the nuts and bolts of how we can make this happen, how we can get this partnership off the ground. And that's really what we're here to talk about today. Oh, and we can talk a little bit about this portion of it too. Randy, you talked about it in your contribution to the video, the idea of framing this around a positive affirmation, affirmative type of message with this I Say Yes campaign, which is something the project will continue to build on, and we'll ask more. We may come back to you with more, asking more of you from this and other members of our community to continue to generate talking points, content, and material around this idea of I Say Yes. So, I mean, well, you can go to the next slide, and this is something we'll continue to build on as we go here. But I mean, and that's something I hope that you continue to think about as well. Sorry to jump around on you, Willa. Let's see. So, but I think at this point we want to start moving on and talking about the MJHA. And Willa's going to talk through a little bit about what some of the, how that structure could look, what some of the authorities of an MJHA can be, and how that could work. Willa.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think that as Amy introduced, this has been grounded in a lot of thinking so far. And within the MJHA, we've actually had, specific to that, we've had representation from each of the jurisdictions helping us put together the structure and the slides that we're going to present to you today. We also appreciate that you as the commissioners and Amy guiding this work are probably have the deepest familiarity of this. We're doing a road show where we've now talked to Empire and Georgetown, gotten really positive feedback from them. And then we have Silver Plume and Idaho Springs as our next stops after you. So we really want to get your feedback. Please feel free to chime in as we go, because I'm going to try to keep it pretty high level and save more of the time for your questions and discussion. So the components that we're working on are listed here, and we've organized them on this slide around sort of what's complete and our current focus. So we did an extensive peer review, understanding the other multi-jurisdictional housing authorities around the state and how do they organize their board and set up their revenue streams and what program, their programs and powers. And it's quite varied, but there's several others that are in rural areas that were pretty helpful and informative to us. We have a draft intergovernmental agreement, which we'll be bringing back to you once we've received feedback from all 5 jurisdictions. We want that to really reflect where we have consensus. And then, obviously we're refining the purpose and the program and what the tools and process will be for those. Probably the thing we're shining the brightest spotlight on right now is the budget and sort of how do we measure success for this agency, because we feel like that is crucial to the decisions you're making around participation. So Amy can speak to this slide, which really took all the universe of things we could be doing with a multi-jurisdictional housing authority and refined it down to 3 priority sort of focus areas. And these would be really integral to job description for hiring staff.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's a good way to talk about it. I mean, this is not set in stone, but when we looked at all of the different things that an MJHA might do and looked at some of our neighbors, we could boil it down to these 3 basic kind of buckets. One is a variety of programs that would fall into the category of advancing affordable housing, things like a buy down program and things like preserving affordable housing through deed restrictions. There's this whole category of converting property to affordable housing via renovation, which is sort of an obscure program, but we've learned about that and are thinking about that through the Proposition 123 program areas and some of the things that they have been helping us learn about and think about. And then, of course, the idea of developing affordable property is yet another thing. I think that's one thing that is important for all of us to understand is that an MJHA would not only be about adding new property and because that's one of the heaviest lifts and one of the more difficult and expensive things to do. It's a needed thing, but it would not be the only thing we would be doing. There's other ways to advance affordable housing besides just building more. And then a second area of service would be around the area of resident resources, just really making sure we're connecting people with things like weatherization funding and programs and down payment and rental assistance. The MJHA would be able to run its own Section 8 program, so we wouldn't be relying on Grand County for that anymore. And then things like tenant advocacy. And then the yellow column over there is one example of what might be a revenue generating program. That what we're proposing here would be that the MJHA could be involved in providing property management services that could apply to apartments, mobile home parks, or short-term rentals, where that could be a side revenue generating business for the MJHA to provide. But there are other examples too, and I think the key point there is it's important for it would be a good idea, and a lot of our neighbors are doing that. Eagle County is an example in particular, that MJHAs can benefit from having a revenue generating aspect of their business that is complementary to the mission of an MJHA. So that is the general way we're thinking about it, and the details inside all three of those areas will be kind of refined as somewhat opportunistically to a certain extent, but that's what we're looking at for the programs. And then Willa can talk more about the next chunks.
Yeah, so the working group looked at several iterations of a potential budget for the early years of this organization. And this is the one that we find to be the most promising, and sort of trying to balance being realistic, responsive to local budget constraints, but also have enough budget that we're getting a strong candidate in an executive director position and setting them up for success. So we're thinking that about 220,000 for the startup year, and then a little bit less for the subsequent 2 years once we're rolling, is what's needed. And we have also been thinking about this as something that, across the county, if the jurisdictions can sort of commit to it for, to the extent, obviously, using the carve outs of Tabor and so forth, but just the idea that, hey, this is going to take a couple of years to be firing on all cylinders. So let's sort of not reconsider it every year. Let's give it a little bit of a runway to be successful. So we looked, you all are very good at one-time sources, and we know that a lot of one-time sources are going to need to come in to support these different initiatives and programs that are going. In, of course, the budget environment, more steady streams of income are helpful for operations. And so those two things are shown on the right, where we really, focused our analysis. And we did a whole process of sort of what's right for Clear Creek, how much could it generate? And the things that are promising there are the lodging tax, which, some of the jurisdictions have already set aside for housing. And then a lot of the things that Amy mentioned in the sort of more property management, program administration, commission space. And so how that might look, our intent here is that we're asking the local jurisdictions to seed this operating funds up front, with the idea that as the organization grows, it's going to have more self-sustaining revenue, more opportunities for the local contribution to decrease over time, but that you need that investment to kick it off. So we took a couple different methodologies, and we've been getting reactions on them in this roadshow around how we split things out. It feels very important that everyone have a financial participation and an equal seat at the table in terms of participation on the board. But we also appreciate that the budgets and the capacity across the county are very different. So we're sort of, I feel like we're landing somewhere between the population, or we have some buy-in to the population model or option 3 as a kind of right sizing of this. Actually, why don't I pause there and just see if there's any questions or discussion, and then I can give you a slightly more detailed budget projection to consider.
Hey, Willa, help me understand why population would be something that makes sense to apportion costs in this case.
It was just a place to say, you know, how are we, what are different approaches you could take? So I think population is, it's an interesting one because you have a lot of population in the unincorporated county. We appreciate that to a large extent, the multi-jurisdictional housing authority may be doing more work in the incorporated areas, but that may be beneficial, you know, particularly beneficial to the county. It doesn't have any magic to it besides just that was a way to think about it that we found to be helpful.
Yeah, when I look at it, especially the Georgetown versus Clear Creek County, Georgetown voluntarily opted out of the ability to provide revenue for a program like this by carving out their taxes, and now for us to pay 138 and for them to pay 27, when in my mind, I think one of the lenses I look at it through is impact, right? I mean, my guess is the development, I mean, ever since I got elected, all I've ever heard is a development needs to happen in the towns where there's infrastructure. We don't really have any infrastructure in the county. So for us to pay 4 times, 5 times as much as one of the primary towns, when we're not going to experience any of the direct benefits, I have a hard time with that.
Yeah, I think if, you know, certainly if you have other methods that you'd like us to explore, we're very much open to that. I think that the ability to pay was somewhat of a driver too, because the county has set aside some funds there. So Amy, would you want to chime in with anything else in that space?
Well, I mean, I think that the benefits of affordable housing, even if the affordable housing is sitting inside one jurisdiction, does benefit the entire community. And then I think the other
What's your evidence of that?
I don't have any evidence. That's I mean, I think
I have an example. I'll just, Loveland, an employer in unincorporated Clear Creek County, leases space in a hotel to house their employees. That's one example.
I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, I don't have any evidence like.
But Loveland's a private business. I still don't understand how that benefits the county directly.
Well, most employers are private businesses.
Yeah, so.
Sorry for interjecting.
Well, no, I mean, we can work on getting some more hard and fast data to this end. I subscribe to the concept that rising tides raise all boats, and that if we have community members who are, whether they live in a town or not in a town, that, you know, that if they are able to buy more groceries and, you know, be more productive and happy and secure, that's good for our community writ large. And that this is of a benefit to us. And this is a community strengthening effort to have more affordable housing in our community, wherever it is. I mean, that if we have more affordable housing in Georgetown, that's good for Idaho Springs. If we have more affordable housing in St. Mary's, that's good for Georgetown.
Yeah, I mean, no offense, those are platitudes, right? I think we actually need to make decisions based on numbers. But what I would also say is, I think there's this assumption that somehow the county is flush with money and the towns aren't. I think the opposite's true, right? I mean, every single meeting we talk about how we're gonna save money. And now we're basically talking about not holding the town's feet to the fire in terms of making what I think is their fair contribution to this. And I also think they need to be, maybe these conversations are going on in the background, but anyway, I personally view the county's role as more of one, providing leadership and facilitation and access to other people's money. In terms of us spending our own dear resources and letting the towns off the hook, that's not where I'm landing right now.
Yeah, let me respond to that. First off, I agree with you, Sean, that a population model is probably not appropriate. And when I hear, well, I'll just expand on that a little bit. It's a labor demand model that probably most accurately reflects where jurisdictions are making impacts, right? Housing demand is driven by labor demand. And so if you look at the number of jobs around, I would argue that a job in Idaho Springs benefits Clear Creek County and Idaho Springs, and then Clear Creek County should have a portion of that. So I'm talking about a pretty complicated model that might not make a lot of sense, but population doesn't make any sense either. And I have no problem with the idea that Clear Creek County, out of our restricted lodging tax fund, that is 60% of which must be spent on childcare, housing, and efforts to enhance the visitor experience, which should generate 60% of $300,000. So more than 138. What is that? $180,000, something like that. I have no problem with Clear Creek County making that investment. My sense of the puzzle when it comes to investments and housing is that we need more and not less. So my take is that I would love to see the municipalities do more. I'm not sure Clear Creek County should do less. That's, I'll land the plane there for a moment with saying that I think some of this, we are talking about a negotiation. And some of this negotiation conversation might be most appropriate for executive session. And I would love the opportunity to hear more detail about how those negotiations are proceeding in a setting that's appropriate.
Yeah, I think.
Let me hold on, Randy. George and I need to finish this point out. The thing that I don't.
Then when you're done, then I'll work on this point too. Thank you.
We haven't had a conversation, George, about the new revenues from the ballot initiative that passed, whatever it was last year, and to immediately dedicate those resources to one specific thing, kind of the first thing that's come before us. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves because, Mitch wants to talk about childcare, and that's not a lot of money, and there's a lot of needs in the community. I'll completely agree with you there. And again, I'm not convinced that the towns don't have the ability to pay for 100% of this. I think they probably do. And I think they're the primary beneficiaries of this work. And I think in some ways they should be grateful that we're taking the lead and blazing a path. But with that said, we're partners. I just think this model, when I looked at this over the weekend, I was kind of shocked that we went from a model of equality 70-70-70 to another model based on an invalid assumption, the population, to a hybrid, which doesn't even describe what it is, which is even less favorable to the county. So I think these are policy decisions right here. And I would have much preferred to have a conversation about this, maybe one-on-one and private, before seeing something like this going out to the community. Sorry.
So Sean, I totally hear you. And I mean, one of my thoughts here is that it, just going back, your most recent housing needs assessment probably has a jobs-based, some jobs-based calculations in it, which might just be an interesting contrast. And I think, we are very much in the discussion phase. So it's really helpful to get that feedback now. And I would say, why don't we have a fair amount to get through. I know the other commissioners wanted to speak to this, but it seems like maybe we could advance through a couple more slides, make sure everyone gets input on the variety of things. We hear you loud and clear. We need to do some more homework on this. And yeah.
Okay, well, for one moment, just one moment, everybody, I want to put a pause here because I had something to say too, just for a second. And I'd like to respond. I actually have a good deal of agreement with Sean on the idea that the towns should be providing a greater a share. I also, though, agree that we should be putting enough investment into this to actually make a difference. And what's the difference? When I look at the bottom line, I see a fairly small bottom line being applied towards a very large problem. So I don't have a problem with the amount that's proposed for Clear Creek to be able to pay. So I think that's important. I also want to correct something, and I'll probably step on 2 or 3 toes in the room when I say this, including some of the people who have been working the hardest on this. I've had a little bit of training myself in appropriate housing models, the idea of transit-oriented design, the idea of centering not on whether or not we have enough transit resources yet, centering on the idea that we have multi-use areas where the transportation and other infrastructure is available to be able to have housing as well as the opportunities to get a lot of what you need where you are. So I do understand that concept. So there's an oversimplification, and I've heard this same conversation happen at Dr. Cog and other places where we draw a line and we say inside this city is the only place we should build. In fact, when you look at something like the Denver metro area and you're trying to avoid sprawl, you're looking at an area that is hundreds of square miles. And that makes and instead of spreading that hundreds of square miles even further, that's a valid argument. When you have a place like we've got, where any land is at a premium, then there are places outside the towns, but near the towns, or there are places right along the transportation corridor, where if we can develop the proper infrastructure, we can have housing in places outside the towns here. So I think it's possible to consider that the county can be a big player than this. This isn't just a town problem. The third thing I'll say is that I didn't get elected to govern just the unincorporated people for the unincorporated people of the county. Everybody in the county voted for me as a county commissioner. Everybody in the county voted for Sean and everybody for George. And it's our job to work for everybody and think of this as a team in one large boat that we do need to float, as I think Amy said a moment ago, and I think, or whoever said that I think that was Amy, that the rising tide floats all boats, and I think we need to be part of that tide. I do agree, though, but here's where I'm going to stop. I want to go back and say that when I come over to those 2 right-hand columns, I have a similar reaction to Sean's in that I'm watching the cities shrink in their contribution to something which may be happening for the largest part in their area. And so they should certainly be attempting to be closer to an equal to us. And I also would seek to see a higher contribution on their part that is more equitable with ours. And there, thank you. And Will, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I stepped on yours or.
No, I appreciate
Everybody's toes that have been working on this. I think you've been doing fabulous work. I just want to correct the one thing that different strokes work for different folks in different places. And we all have different limitations, and sometimes we have to think about housing a little differently than the standard model, standard theory.
And Randy, you raise a good point, and I completely agree. We represent the towns, we represent an unincorporated area, we work with our neighbors. What I'm talking about is people paying their fair share and creating a sustainable model that's equitable. So that's just a little bit of a different spin on it. And then in terms of how this conversation's going, I'm personally much less interested in marching through dozens of slides than I am stopping and talking about the important stuff that we need to have conversations on. So if we end up not finishing these slides today, I won't be upset with that.
Okay, I do agree with Willa that we should move on to the.
Yeah, before we do, I think the things that would be helpful to move the conversation along would be to see some work done to see how like a labor demand model might be developed and fleshed out. Other ways that we might think about how to distribute these costs. I want to make the point very quickly that if we're talking about ability to pay as a factor, and I think that's, I mean, we can expect things that don't exist all we want, but if they don't exist, they don't exist. However, we shouldn't build a model that tries to adapt for that without being explicit about it and having some kind of a method, like what we did when we started saying the municipalities needed to contribute to their dispatch costs. Let's graduate you in. First, we need to know what's fair, or what's, what reflects a reasonable contribution. And then second, we can talk about how to get there. And then the last thing that I want to ask for is I would like to have an executive session on this. If it's not too late to read one onto the record today, I would love to have that today.
I don't know that I'm prepared for an executive session on this one today. But I'll, if my other two parties want to do that today, I'm also happy with having the bulk of the conversation in the public meeting and only going to executive session for what is absolutely legitimate executive session material. The one thing I want to say that's kind of apart from what I said before, and actually when Sean's follow-up to me a little bit ago showed a good deal of agreement between us, because that's exactly what I was saying, is that ability to pay model where it comes in conflict with what's fair is a little bit of a problem. The other thing, though, that I think we need to think about holistically is it's not just that the county and the cities are all one thing at the end of the day on this. It's that economically we are too. This is for businesses and people. This is about how we build a healthy economy, just like the stuff we were talking about in the last agenda item a little bit ago. Yeah.
Just as a friendly reminder, because I'm hearing the frustration in all three of your voices, we're here to get your feedback today. This ship is not sailed. This decisions have not been made. The team presenting today is just here to get your feedback, and
you're getting it
right. Yes, we are. And I'm hearing the frustration. So I just want to remind you, the boat has the decisions have not been made yet. So
well, I don't want my passion to come off as too frustrated. Again, I've said this for years. This is what I sound like reading the grocery list. So I'm not really unhappy right now. I'm just digging in. That's all.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's super helpful, and I think we can come back to you fairly quickly with something, jobs based, and that will just stimulate. That's probably good to inform your executive session, before you. And it would be good for us to have that on hand before we continue the roadshow with the other jurisdictions. Here's a model where we just played out when might other funding sources start to come to bear. This is extremely hypothetical, just, a place to appreciate, the dynamic nature of the different sources. Sometimes some are going to be one time, some are going to be ongoing. I know that Amy and Jonathan have already started to look at potential, I think there's a letter of intent that's due before the end of this year for some capacity building that might be a good fit. So they're always really on top of what are the other sources to draw other people's money into the community to help with this. So
can I ask a question on that slide?
Yeah, absolutely.
The bottom row, is that a combination? That's a combination of a locally dedicated tax revenue fee source and revenue from operations. Is that correct?
Yeah. So, well, no. So this would be the bottom row would be something you would go to the voters for another ask. So this is more like the Fraser River Valley Housing Partnership or Steamboat or some places that have said, hey voters, would you be willing to do X, Y, and Z for housing? And then a portion of that is for operations, a portion of that is for capital, land banking, etc. So that is probably the most in need of future decisions and policy work, and not something that we should assume.
Willa, do you mean like future taxing authority use that the MJHA might decide to exercise?
Correct. Yeah. So that could be either growing the taxing that you're doing through the local marketing district opportunities, or it could be the other 3 different sources that MJHAs can use. The other component of this could be, so MJHAs have the ability to ask the voters to take on multi-year debt. So it could be if the MJHA decided to do that, that's something that they could also where you might try to build in some operating funds.
I think that's important just to make sure it's clear. An MJHA has taxing authority and then also would need to go to the voters to take on long-term debt. Both of those things are important to understand. The debt piece is relevant to whether the MJHA could actually, what it would take for the MJHA to build housing, to build and own and operate affordable housing in and of itself. They would need to be able to go to the voters to that. In my mind, that means the MJHA would probably need to operate and establish value and do some things that establish itself as being a community contributor before asking the voters to support it in any endeavor. I don't know, that's up for debate. But those are a couple things to keep in mind. Another thing that I think this chart indicates or allows inference for, or something like that, is that there are other revenue sources that could come in and allow for the partner contribution level to change over time. That's a decision and a choice we could make strategically, or we could approach the partner contribution model on purpose. We could say we're going to always contribute the same amount as partner contributions, or always ask for the same amount and make it a commitment, and not have that change if grants come in or don't come in, and just have each organization commit to the same amount. And if grant funding comes in that's flexible and can go to operating, then the partner contributions can be secured in a fund balance so that they can be used for match later or other things later, and to help buoy the strength of the organization's finances. It could also, for an entity like the county, who is contributing a bigger chunk of the money, maybe that's where, maybe the county's contribution changes over the time, but the other members' contributions don't change either year. That could be another method to offset some of the imbalances that we would be agreeing to. Now, we also have the thing where we're going to look at a different way to allocate the contributions.
Okay. I have a couple of really quick questions here, which would be helpful. First of all, just an observation that I would hope that our ability, as successful as we've been in the grant area in the last year or so, we've actually collected a lot of these grants in the past, in years past before we did this, but our obvious ability to achieve and successfully achieve grants in the last, however long it's been, year and a half to two, since we put a dedicated grant person on, it's opened up a whole new thing for us. Now, we understand that we can't live on grants because grants are usually one-time money, and so you can only live on that for so long. I would hope that we would be more successful, in this table right here shows in the grant area. I think we might see success there. And then could you define SLP partnership for me?
Yes, thank you. It's a special limited partnership, which is one of the abilities that the powers that housing authorities have under state statute, and it enables you to participate in real estate as a sliver interest. And that is the arrangement you currently have between the county housing authority and Riverwalk. And so,
okay. And somewhere in these lower 3 lines is that where falls the possibility of also local business participation and contribution to this as well?
We did not include, we did not include that as a line item, but that's a great thing to add for us to add.
Yeah, just a little bit of more feedback on that top line about local government contributions, and thanks for the explanation, Amy and Willa. I worry a little bit that we are creating an expectation that we can solve our housing problem by investing an amount that is really fairly small. there's not a county in Colorado that takes housing seriously, that spends less than 136,000 a year or so on housing that's projected here. And if we're creating the expectation that we're going to solve this problem by investing a very tiny amount over 5 years, I just worry. And,
Yeah.
and I would like to see these agreements be framed around longer term commitments
Right.
than 5 years.
Yeah, thank you for verbalizing that. I saw that, I had the same reaction to years 5 through 10, to be honest. I'm and remembering that that's everybody's contribution, the towns and the county together. And so when you get down to $50,000 to $30,000, you know, it's starting to become pocket change is all we're putting into our effort to solve what we've identified repeatedly over and over as the single largest problem facing us. And that's probably not sufficient.
Yeah.
Another way to say that, though, is this doesn't build a stick of anything, right? This is basically just standing up some infrastructure. There still has to be funding to actually build, housing.
That's a good point.
Absolutely.
Suggesting that we would have contributions to actual projects that would come out of this down the road.
And that kind
Yeah,
of.
we've attempted to capture that with the note, that the capital and programs would need their own budgets. So I think we can refine this though with this input just to maybe not show such a drastic decline of the local contribution over time. That more, I do think you'll build in a lot of steadiness if you plan for a longer time horizon. And if we're successful on other fronts, then that's more to go towards capital and programs.
I would be careful about what we name things, because when it says draft revenue 10-year projection, it sounds like what's below is a real thing. What's below is a straw man, right?
It's completely, you're so right.
discussion.
It's just, barely worth the paper it's printed on.
No, it's not that it's not worth anything. It's just not a projection or a draft. It's a straw man.
Are any other questions or comments on this? Amy, would you like to speak to the sort of some of the more Clear Creek specific benefits?
Sure. I mean, this is also just to point out that we do believe the MJHA can have some offsetting impacts for services on all of the partner entities, and that will be of another benefit. I mean, besides the benefits to the community overall, to advancing housing, which is a desirable outcome for forming an MJHA. Some of the other benefits are just that the MJHA will provide services that could have benefits to the county, like providing technical support for code enforcement, being able to provide additional things like support for public-private partnerships and trainings, and just be a constant presence. I think, George, you had pointed this out at the Rotary Club, the Rotary presentation when Jonathan Kane and I were presenting there. George pointed out that while Jonathan and I were both there leading this project, neither he or I have the word housing in our title. And the point of that is that none of our 5 entities, the 4 towns or the county, really have a leadership level staffing person with housing in their title. None of us can afford to actually have a full-time person to be at the reins of this issue, which is another thing that forming the MJHA would accomplish. And that's also part of what came out during the course of completing our housing strategy document was that was again and again what we heard as in talking to all of our friends in this community is that we care about housing. Housing is important, yet we have trouble because we don't have enough. We can't put a full-time person on it. We don't have enough resources to do it. And so this concept of pooling resources is really what we're trying to do here with an MJHA.
So what this does is bring in, first of all, expertise and combines it with the horsepower to say this is your full-time job. And then they become a resource for all the jurisdictions in the community working on behalf of all the jurisdictions. Because, and that's the problem we've had with housing so far is when we've tried to do it, go it alone. When any of the towns, the county tries to go it alone, our economics of scale are so small that it's hard to attract it's hard to attract, first of all, that kind of consultant expertise because you don't have it, you barely got enough to attract anyone for that purpose.
Right.
The second thing is our projects are small enough that, for example, affordable housing projects are from a paperwork side and a funding side are incredibly onerous, complicated projects. And so there are only certain people that specialize in doing that, developers, contractors. And they gravitate, it's a matter of gravity. They gravitate towards where the economics of scale are to keep them busy, towards a scale of project that's worth their time. And so by combining our forces, we have the ability to build something larger that can attract a higher quality of developers as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's well said. I mean, and so I think what it sounds like generally, the idea of an MJHA seems like that the board supports that idea, but the way we fund it and how we fund it is still, we need to work on that. The amount of money that we're talking about seems like a reasonable amount to invest, but there's concern about whether it's about fairness across the partnership.
And just commitment.
This length of commitment.
The level of commitment, the duration of the commitment. We're not going to solve this problem tomorrow. I mean, we're not going to solve it in 5 years. And anyway.
I think the multi-jurisdictional housing authority is absolutely what we should be doing. And the level of commitment that you proposed in these small spreadsheets you've shown to us is, to me, sort of entry-level minimum standard. That's my immediate reaction to the funding that you're looking at to try to get something done. I think we certainly have to have a full-time person that is trained and experienced and knows what they're doing in this area to help us float this thing, to help us run it.
Absolutely.
And I don't know how you could do it on less than what you proposed. And my hunch is that it may take more, and as it gains steam, when you show a 10-year projected spreadsheet and it gains steam, it's likely it might take a little more than that if we find the opportunity to justify that additional funding investment. I mean, if we get something that's rolling and really doing us some good, then it may take another person helping or assistant or something like that. But that's out in the future.
Okay. So generally.
Did you have something else to say, or do you inhale?
I wanted to just talk a little bit about what we see unfurling from here. We are gathering feedback from all of the potential partners in the MJHA. And the goal is to develop a draft IGA that reflects everybody's interests, feedback, and see if we can get to consensus through these conversations. Now, we may need more conversations here with this group through an executive session or other things, but the way we get the feedback from each potential partner member can be worked out, right? But the goal generally is to get all the feedback from the potential partners and use that to develop a draft IGA. There may be additional steps needed to get that out, to figure out what that consensus was going to have to look like. But that's the goal, is to get that draft IGA hammered out, present that to the board, to the various boards, and get for signatures so we can get that done as soon as we can. And then once that is signed, then we would form the board from there, develop a job description for an executive director, hire that person, and try to get that person at a desk with an email address and get them going as soon as we can. I would love to see that by July 1st.
Me too. I am fine with these next steps. I do think that this board should have another work session, possibly at our next meeting.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
There are a lot of details in these slides that we did not get to. And I would like to offer feedback on which functions I think should be prioritized. And a lot of those policy decisions that you really make once on the front side of the MOU. Obviously happy to discuss all of that in open session. as is required by law and ethics.
Okay.
The thing, I just want to clarify, the reason I'm calling for an executive session to discuss negotiations, which is common practice in legal, is that frank conversations are had in private around what municipalities can afford, want to afford, et cetera. And you go into executive session to hear that information and be strategic, right? And not talk like you don't, when you're negotiating with someone, you don't build your negotiating strategy where they can hear you're constructing your negotiating strategy.
Right.
And so I just want to make sure everybody understands that that is my intent. Is to really try to figure out what Clear Creek County's best position is so that we can advocate for our constituents.
Absolutely.
I think, yeah, I'm in agreement with that to the extent that we're discussing contract negotiations or something like that can be justified. Otherwise, we have to have many open, as you said. And I think we've just kind of we scratched the surface on it. And I understand that as reasoning. I just want to make sure we only do that. So.
Excellent. Well, I will connect with Amy on scheduling the follow-up work session, and I really appreciate the direction today and look forward to seeing you all again soon.
I think, yeah, we can run this over just a little bit if we need to. First of all, I agree with Sean that we want to have time for input on these. I think it's been helpful and valuable today. At the same time, I am learning a lot from all of these slides, and so they are also helpful to me. To go back over them again in the content of, with you folks in the room, explaining them and talking about them. And it's just work to be done. It takes a while to get through it. And I was thinking the exact same thing. It's obvious that we're going to have another follow-up to complete all of this and talk about it some more.
Very good. We will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What's our pleasure right now, to move on with this for a little bit, for a few more slides, or to wait?
I think we're moving on to having, since I think we're having another work session at another date to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, I think the crucial feedback has been delivered. I think there's yeah.
We'll bring it back. I just one more friendly reminder. We're co-leaders on this with Idaho Springs.
Right.
They're the fiscal agent for this grant. So we're not in front of the municipalities when it comes to implementing everything surrounding this grant process that we're going through. So I feel compelled to remind us of that. We're partnering with Idaho Springs.
Right.
Yep.
Yes, and they are meeting next Monday evening for their review of this. And I mean, Brian, I agree with that. And I would say for feedback on the MJHA partnership, each entity is responding as itself, in terms of how each entity partners with, what the partnership will look like and what the ramifications are for it. And so I think that I think both are true, so.
Well,
yeah.
Thank you for getting all of the PowerPoint to us in time to recognize that it was a lot of slides and we have a lot to go over.
Yeah.
That's what we have asked for, is to see that in advance.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for your work on this. Really excited to see it progressing.
Yes, me too. Me too.
Thank you for your feedback today. See you soon.
Thanks, Willa. Okay.
Okay, next item on the agenda, or 10:45 item, is the discussion of the Alvarado Road Land Management Program.
Mr. Chair.
Would you like a break?
Yes.
Okay.
May I-
No, we've got to
We've
move
been
on.
sitting here since.
We've got so much to
8:30.
do yet today, George. We've got to stay here. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break. Alvarado. Did I come in too early there?
Yep, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, we're just gonna get into the discussion of the Alvarado Road land, the Alvarado Road Open Space Land Management Program. I just wanted to, because it sounds like we're fixing the road or something when I say that.
Alvarado, yeah, I don't. Yes, okay. Thank you. Hi, it's me again. So here today, we are talking about a land management proposal and plan from the Open Space Commission and staff for the Alvarado Open Space Park. And so I want to just go over a tiny bit of background. And so over the last several months, staff have been working on this land management plan. It also accompanies some process work that the Open Space Commission and staff have been working on since the change in responsibilities for the land management, since last December. Staff and the Open Space Commission have been working on developing those processes and refining the pieces and parts of that process. One of those parts is the land management plan as a document and a tool. And focusing on land acquisition as a process and land management as a process. Today, we want to talk about land, we're not going to talk about the processes per se today, but we want to talk about the content for some of the land management proposals that the Open Space Commission and staff have worked out and are presenting to you today. I also just want to reference the process that has come before this. We presented this material to you in June of this year. We presented some process stuff and some content material. In June of this past year, we presented the land acquisition process, the land management process, and a draft of the land management plan for Alvarado. At that time, you had a discussion about the land acquisition process, in particular noting that you were hoping to have a step in the land acquisition process that allowed for a way to ensure that a piece of land presented for open space acquisition, that there was an opportunity to look at that land and make a recommendation to affirm that it was appropriate for an open space purpose. That you spent a lot of that, I went back and looked at the video of that session and spent a great deal of time on that session talking about that particular issue. What is the process for affirming that a piece of land presented for open space acquisition is in fact appropriate for an open space purpose? We've not addressed that issue as of yet. We also talked about at that session a little bit more detail on the land management responsibility division between staff and the Open Space Commission, and affirmed that really the goal is to use resources like the relationship between staff and the Planning Commission and other entities like Jefferson County as resources, and in general strive for staff and the Open Space Commission to reach consensus. And so I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we were connecting the dots on the past discussion and this discussion today. So today we want to talk about both we do want to have some connection to the process, but we're not asking you to review the process steps per se today. But we want to acknowledge that in an ideal world, we would present to you a land use recommendation as a first step for your approval before we develop a land management plan. Is that clear? But we're not because of the way things unfolded with this particular piece of property, we just don't have the time. We didn't have the time to do that. And the land management plan has been developed for quite some time, and we want to be able to advance that.
I think what you mean to say is that we purchased the property before we started transitioning how these land management plans would be created. Correct?
That, yes, yes. That's very true. And so we didn't have an opportunity to say, hey, we're buying this land. Is this use appropriate? And start this process from the time of acquisition. Yes.
I think, didn't we have a document that said we would create a plan? We just didn't say how.
Perhaps, yes. But at this point, we've really fleshed out more of a way to do that, and most crucially, developed this step where we bring to you a land use recommendation before a land management plan. And that's so we're working to try to mimic that framework as best we can, given that we're playing catch up to some extent. So what we've brought to you today is a land use recommendation for the Alvarado Open Space Park, as well as a land management plan. And that's what we are looking for your feedback on. And we are bringing this to you as a work session today, rather than action. And so you can give us, we're looking for feedback. If you're like, these are great, they're perfect as they are, we would bring them back to you in consent for approval at a later meeting. If you have direction for us on these items, then we would take that direction and bring them back as directed.
Are you wanting me to pull anything up on the screen?
I don't have a presentation.
Okay, I've got the this if you're interested, but that was in the packet.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that is the purpose of the session today, is to review the land use recommendation form and the content of the land use recommendation document, the content of the land management plan. And Megan just reminded me that there's also some material in your packet regarding a survey. That was one of the recommendations that you had one of the directions you had for us in June was to do more community engagement on Alvarado in general. And so the Open Space Commission managed a process and led a process to hold a open house at Alvarado and do a survey. We did that and got close to 200 responses. And the results of that survey are in your packet, as well as a little study that broke apart the residents and non-residents to get their perspectives on the park.
Okay.
So I guess what I will do is ask if you have any questions on any of the material you received in your packet, and but the only changes to the Alvarado land management plan have been to just acknowledge that the community engagement process took place.
I mean, first, I'll just start with a comment that comparing the land use recommendation to the survey results, they compare fairly well. And so that, like, I know this was written before the public engagement was done. And the fact that it hasn't changed either means we weren't listening, or it means we have the plan already reflected, didn't already matched up with that feedback. I think it's the latter in this case. Like, one of the things that I was a little surprised to see is that people prefer porta potties to constructed restrooms by a narrow margin. And I see that this plan doesn't at this point call for the construction of a permanent bathroom facility. Am I correct in that?
It does not make a specific recommendation for what type of bathroom facility, and I would say that's one thing that in the discussions and the work that staff and the Open Space Commission have done is that the land management plan is purposefully remaining more strategic in nature. The land use recommendation form is really focused on like, what is the purpose of this land? And, you know, very, very high level, you know, just like Twitter, you know, just like a few characters. And then the land management plan is still fairly strategic, whereas it's not going to show maps of where trails are located. It's not going to maybe make a differentiation between porta potties and permanent restrooms in the land management plan. It would say that restrooms should be present, for example. It may say that's the level of that's the type of place that this should be. That's the type of service that should be present. But that level of detail would be reserved for step 3, when a more detailed site plan could be developed in a collaborative, iterative process that is fully able to be done with the proper environmental considerations, a landscape architect, if it's being developed at a certain level, that's a site planning level decision. So that would not necessarily be the level of detail that would be present in a land management plan.
Okay, thank you. That's an important clarification.
I'm reading, does the land have historical significance or contain historical cultural resources? Jackson may have homesteaded near George, I presume.
Yes.
Historic cabins. I lived in one of those cabins 50 years ago, but I think it was actually one of the horse barns. I'm not sure.
Hey, Amy, thanks for presenting this. What is the Open Space Commission's involvement or kind of acceptance or take on the work that's before us right here?
They have been very involved. They were the original drafters of this document. And we've worked on this with the Open Space Commission extensively.
I believe they voted to recommend approval.
Yes, they voted in
Okay.
favor of recommending this, yes.
Okay, perfect. I think it looks really good, and I think I could probably nitpick it if I really wanted to, and I don't. I think what's important is some kind of a process to revisit it, because I think what's going to end up happening is you're going to identify gaps when you actually have 3 or 4 different forms actually completed, and looking at those, I think it probably would make sense at some point in the future to revisit the form and make sure that it reflects kind of the reality that's happening out on the ground. I think that's my only comment.
I think that's legitimate, that we have a way, we have a metric of some kind through which we evaluate over time what I want to say, the quality of our past decisions and whether they're really matching up, just continue to evolve. And I don't know what that looks like, but in other words, this is a plan to try to use the property that at a fairly elemental general level, it doesn't, show where every, nook and cranny goes at this point, but it's how you proceed. And I think as you begin to proceed, I think what Sean's implying, if I'm getting it right, and that's important, is when we go to work on it, you scratch your head and say, maybe that doesn't work the way we thought it was going to.
Right.
And a corollary to certain other kinds of development are, there are a lot of on commercial projects, there are 2 reasons that they don't develop sidewalks and pathways and things like that, and rest areas and places like that in commercial developments with multiple buildings. is because they watch and see where people are walking when they're when they're actually building the place and see how they react to the land. And then
Right.
the landscape architect will come back in and redesign. Often redesign the site after the place has been in construction for a while when they realize how people are actually naturally reacting and say, well, this is actually a better place for the pathway.
Right.
And so it's likely to, we're likely to learn things from it and change as we go.
Well, I mean, that's part of the reason why we're trying to make that distinction between the land management process step and the site plan step, you know, because they're distinct and there's, you know, we don't need to figure out a lot of those details because we're just making that a distinct step. And maybe you're saying too, there should be some time in between those steps.
Well, yeah, the time happens naturally as you go forward.
I see. Okay.
You get some money, you budget it, you decide to do this piece of the work. And as you start to do the work and you get on the ground and start to really dig into the details, something will occur to you and it might change what you were doing. That's all I mean.
Okay.
I would echo Sean's compliments and Randy's. I think it's a really good approach. Really grateful to the Open Space Commission volunteers for putting this together, and obviously to staff. Of course, I would highlight the people that are putting their efforts in for free. So the question that there's two things that I think I want to talk about. One is, in terms of next steps, board approves this document. Are there any touch points are there any further touch points between the board approving this document and shovels hitting the ground?
Yes. I mean, we would, so the next steps generally are that we would develop an RFP to find a landscape architect or similar type firm to develop a site plan based on this land management plan and the public feedback that we've gotten that reflects that plan. And then you would be involved in reviewing the outcome of the site plan that was proposed.
In addition, you're approving a budget that includes projects for an approved land management plan.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
And what about the Open Space Commission?
Oh, and the Open Space Commission will be involved in reviewing the RFP and participating all along the way.
Yeah. I think that's probably enough detail for now. I wanted to be sure there were additional touch points. I don't know whether or not I want or need a recommendation, or will really want to try to argue with a landscape architect about the contours of a trail, for example.
Yeah.
So I think I do want to continue to stay high level, but knowing that there are additional touch points, especially in our first iteration of this process, I think is going to be, it gives me a lot of comfort, and I hope it gives Open Space Commission members a lot of comfort. The second thing that I want to discuss is just specific to the use of this property. I believe when this property was purchased, a simple observation would say, hey, wait a second, we just spent an hour talking about housing and that's flat over there. And my understanding is that the board that chose to purchase this property also had an evaluation done of the viability of housing on the meadow side of the road. I'm from Idaho Springs, so it takes me a second because
Meadowside Creek side.
East side or
Meadowside Creek side works.
on the meadow side. What I would like to know, not as a condition of approving this document, but I would just like to know that we are retaining the option to choose to have housing be part of what happens on the meadow side. But I'm saying this without seeing the details of the viability of that. And so I want to know that we're not eliminating that option in any of these steps that we take as we move forward, or investing a ton of capital where we might see housing come in. So that's, I don't know exactly how to make that conversation mature, just to know that I think at this point, just retaining the option and maybe helping educate this board about those plans, those evaluations, and whether housing is or will ever be feasible down there.
Yeah.
I'd add one other thing real quick, which is industrial, right? I mean, that site could be used for a variety of different purposes, besides leaving it in its current state.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're looking at either rezoning things or doing anything with them, you end up looking at compatible adjacent uses as well. So whatever we talked about, we'd have to go through that process to understand what's compatible and, that kind of stuff. I anecdotally, the two things I would contribute to that discussion about what I call the east side of the road, the meadow side of the road, or the opposite the river, or some people would say the south side of the road because it's on the left-hand side of I-70 as you're driving west, sort of, is that I do remember at the time, at times the open space money was perceived by the county commissioners when they saw an opportunity to get a hold of something that they wanted to control the future of. I remember the county commissioners at the time wanted to be able to control how that land was developed in the future to ensure that it was compatible with the general vision that they had. And I think they saw the river side of it as more likely to be some level of remaining public purpose, and that the opposite the riverside, the meadow side, the east side, would possibly be divested back into the private sector or developed by the public sector as housing of some kind, that there might be that opportunity. So I remember that was part of it. They kind of used open space like an opportunity fund to get it, and then they'd figure out exactly what portion the entire property would be used for. Sometimes we lose vision of that. And once it becomes open space, it's just open space in your head, and that's its persona, That said, I don't know that it shouldn't all remain open space, but I agree that the ability to bring that to closure and have that conversation, and that we haven't done that yet at this time, and so it should remain an open conversation until we do, is probably important. I also remember that in looking at it, kind of like we have looked at a couple of other areas that seem ripe because of their proximity, for example, Dumont, down by Mill Creek. We've got an exchange at DLD that's well suited, and we've got a little bit of commercial stuff there, so it's well suited for housing development. However, there are other factors that come into play, like what's the cost of getting full infrastructure into it. And I remember that being part of the cost, as I recall, because at Alvarado, at Shadows Ranch itself, when Joe owned it, he wanted to do some expansion in there, and one of his biggest obstacles was trying to figure out how to deal with wastewater and water at the time.
Yeah. I mean, I think,
Can I jump in?
Just 1 minute, Martha. I mean, so one thing I would just say is that the intended purposes of the LUR form would be to memorialize what you're talking about, the original intent of the purpose to reserve, if maybe Martha's going to offer some clarification on her recollection of the purpose, but the point of the land use recommendation, LUR stands for land use recommendation. I mean, that's would be the time to add a caveat or a note or something that we would want to retain or keep track of like that.
I think that's asking a lot of the Open Space Commission.
Right.
One way to think about this organization is that we have a split personality, right?
Yes.
And we appoint open space commissioners to think about open space and open space values, and we appoint them for embodying those values. To ask them to also evaluate a property for development purposes
is
a mistake.
I agree.
What we need is a parallel process from people who are good at evaluating properties for development purposes to issue their own recommendations, right? And when we were talking about Douglas Mountain Ranch, what we observed in this room was that we have a history of conservation efforts and funding and political activity that is not matched by by the efforts to evaluate things for development. As we build that, I think it makes a lot of sense to have a land use recommendation for development that does a similar evaluation by people who have expertise in that, like our open space commissioners have expertise on open space matters.
And I agree with that. And I think,
That makes
I think the two really need to be, I agree that we don't want to burden open space with trying to evaluate development potential for land. That's not their job. But I think we should, if we have a parallel function for other than public open space purposes. But I think if we have the two parallel functions, they should be connected at the hip and inform each other.
Yes.
That's the deal, is that they have, you could, because then we're not making decisions in a partial vacuum of information, that we do both to the extent that time allows, because every once in a while there's something that on its face appears to have strong open space value, strong anecdotal arguments there too, and the opportunities now, and you've got to make a decision. This is actually a rarer piece that in the case of this one, is that we happen to know, I just happen to know from the conversations at the time that the conversations surrounding it talked about those dual purposes. And so it's a question that we've never really resolved. So there are two, and what that kind of hints at is two different policy decisions to make. Is when we use open space funds, what do we use them for? Number one, do we use it as an opportunity fund? Should we be using open space funds as an opportunity fund for something that you might develop and divest back into the private sector later? Is that an appropriate use of the fund? But whether we should or not in the future is a question to be answered. And right now, what we have is a case where we know we did something like that. And it's a little bit like North Floyd Hill open space, where there was an acquisition made for a specific purpose, which was to create a trail system that was like that. So the general idea of how that land was supposed to be used was agreed to among the partnership that purchased that land.
Yeah, what I would add to that is, to me, it's not so much a matter of asking too much of open space, but asking them to do something for which they're unqualified, right? I mean, we totally, and I would even expand a little bit further to say at some point,
it's interesting.
I think we need to do an audit of everything, of all the open space lands, and some of them probably have a better use in the private sector or some other use, and we don't really have that, right? Once you make that purchase, whether it's for a view shed or whatever, there it is, right? And a lot of times there's been no development plans and it's just there on the books. So that's my addition to but I agree completely.
Can I jump in here?
Yes, please.
Randy's memory is correct that it was bought sort of as an opportunity fund. What I did have in June, and I hope they're still sitting in Beth's office if they haven't been scanned yet. There were 3 or 4 reports that I had in June that were done by various potential developers of the meadow side, hillside, not creekside, whichever side we're talking, where there was the potential for housing, which concluded that it didn't make sense. And when we left that meeting in June, they were supposed to get scanned so that you guys could see them. So we need, the idea of reviewing it makes sense, but we don't need to start from scratch. We actually have had work done that informs the decision. And a lot of it, I think, had to do with the fact that you have, it's sort of like Bakerville, is that your sewage and stuff is downstream from where you actually have to get it processed. So I think that there were huge costs involved. So that's one piece that in terms of this discussion. So we have examples. I did take them in June into Beth's office, and they may just still be sitting there, but we have reports you can look at. Way back, just to go back to the thing, when you were talking about, I think it was Sean was talking about revisiting things. If you think about things like the national forest plans that are done for each forest, they were supposed to be done on a 10-year cycle. I don't think that's what's happened, but we might want to add to the land management process that every 5 years, 10 years, if something doesn't happen, and we may actually have it in there, Amy, that if something doesn't happen to critically cause you to do something, you reevaluate, how are your facilities? Are you meeting the needs, et cetera? You know, are you moving towards your goals? Have your goals shifted? I mean, for example, a good example would be on some place where we have bicycles now, but you didn't have electric bikes, which now create winter usage that you didn't have, fat tire bikes. You know, you have a whole new use that maybe requires something different.
Right.
Things change. And so you'd want to make sure in the process, and I think we may have it, that you revisit periodically and say, is this still where we want to go?
Yeah. Thank you, Martha. I think that's helpful that there's some material that may be relevant to this conversation regarding history and what we considered at the time of the purchase for the broader parcel. I also wanted to just make one distinction about the land use recommendation form. It's a recommendation from the Open Space Commission to the BOCC. So if one thing that might be relevant is if the BOCC has a comment on the land use recommendation, that's relevant. And, you know, because you are considering this recommendation. And so it wouldn't make sense, I agree, for the Open Space Commission to try to predict or guess what the BOCC's opinion might be regarding the bigger perspective that it is your purview to have about a potential acquisition. So I think my point is somewhere we need a way to record your opinion on an Open Space Commission recommendation if it exceeds simply the OS use, because we do need to keep track of that, and the Open Space Commission needs to keep track of that, and staff needs to keep track of that. We do need a way to keep that. So I don't know if we need to add a BOCC comments section to the land use recommendation form so we can note any comments that you might have had for that recommendation, even if you're approving it, but want to note certain comments about it. I think that that's relevant, and that would be good to be able to record that and keep track of it, because
Maybe that's like in the resolution of the property acquisition.
perhaps, yeah.
Could be. I'm thinking that the beginnings of that are, our comments in the minutes of this meeting or thereof, but there needs to be a way that's maybe codified in open space records or something that it does that. In the end, once we reach a resolution where we say, yeah, we like it, sign it, that ultimate approval is pretty much our comment on it. Is that we like it as it sits now, or that was our consensus recommendation or majority recommendation. But what it does bring to us, that this is really the only place where we can do this is now, when today we're having a work session and informally looking at this, and it depends on how well we looked at it before the meeting and whether we should be offering any more comment following this meeting as we read through it, thinking about because this is it, because otherwise you're going to be coming back to us with something. So, what you take away from the meeting today, if we had any changes to it, and what you may receive from us in the next few days would tell us whether we need another work session or whether it needs to be on consent agenda,
Right. So yeah, that's definitely, that's where I hope we can be by 11:45, is to know whether you're ready to direct us to bring this back to you as a consent item as is, or whether we have a process for getting additional feedback into this document. We are obviously eager to get this, keep the momentum going on this project and keep it going.
Right. But
I mean, the only thing that is not in here is that the property may have potential for development. And Sean expanded that concept beyond housing. And I think, I struggle because this document is a recommendation from the Open Space Commission. The process today hasn't included that in any kind of parallel track.
Right.
I don't know that I want to insist that this document say that. But I think it should be known that that is a possibility.
Yeah.
I think it's something that's missing in the template, right? Like there's not even the ability for anyone to recognize that part of this. And, I go back to the Douglas Mountain, right? I mean, there was a major manufacturer who wanted to do something really interesting there, and the process got all the way to the 1 yard line without anybody entertaining that concept. And I never want to see that happen again.
Okay.
So I don't like, Sean, I don't know if you have an opinion about whether this management plan, one way to think about it is, as long as this land is utilized as open space, this is its management plan. And any future board could decide at any future point, because there's not a conservation easement that we're adopting a different plan.
Right.
Or this land use management plan could say there is potential for development on a portion of this property, and the board wishes to retain the option to explore those things, and that the design should reflect that.
I think, I don't disagree with that, but I'm thinking more specifically about this opportunity. What I would not want to have happen is for some trail development to happen that would essentially make this land much more difficult to develop. So just seems like a recognition as part of the development plan that, hey, there is a part of this that's highly attractive, potentially highly attractive for development. We're not going to develop this as an outdoor resource. We're not going to make great investments in this without evaluating that step and making sure that we're doing something that's in the best interest of the county.
Yeah, my general feeling on that one is that based on the intent, the historical intent that Martha corroborated a little bit ago, that this was purchased with open space funds with the intent that the west or north or river side of the property would generally remain public purpose and may have some level of development on it for public purpose. That could be trails, or it could be anything from a pavilion entertainment thing, any kind of a thing that might happen there, and that the riparian area around that river would be preserved as generally otherwise habitat and pretty light recreation, and that the other side might be preserved as open space, or it might be developed as something like housing or whatever could come. And so I think recognizing the specifics of this property is reasonable. Sean's right, and George is right, that unless these are conservation easements in perpetuity, any of these open space lands could be sold in the future back into the private sector. If an open space commission and a board of county commissioners, future board of county commissioners decide to do that. That said, if I were a county commissioner, I'd have to have a pretty damn good reason to do it, why it was highly developable and didn't have the value that was seen for open space to begin with. I'm just stating it if I were a county commissioner in the future, which I won't be. And the second thing is, when it is sold, those lands revert back to acquisition and or maintenance of open space. Those funds that you get from that sale you can't do it to fund the county government in any other manner except that.
Right, when open space buys land, then you sell that land.
Right.
The money goes back to the open space acquisition fund.
Yeah, the money open space funds were for buying lands for public purpose, not for a property speculation in order to make money and then dump into the general fund later on.
Right.
So.
The question about selling it or not doing stuff to invest that you are going to change in the future, my impression of anything we are talking about doing in the plan, and we're not down to real specifics on I'm going to call it the mountainside. If you're talking about a parking lot or trails, they would not probably preclude doing anything in the future. If you decided you were going to do housing in the future, that we had some neat, nifty way to do sewage and water that wasn't super expensive so that it became viable. any kind of more development you're going to see is probably going to be on the creek side. And if you look at the plan, we're really not talking about lots of quote development. It's up facilities. It really goes with what people were saying. They want quiet. They want a place to park. They want trails to some trails to walk on. None of that is stuff that is investing lots of money that you would then be undoing if you did something different.
It's not so much the investment money, it's a political equation too, of once you put something there, now you have to actively get rid of it.
One interesting thing on the survey is that when we divided the survey regional for residents and non-residents, it was mostly non-residents who had an interest in seeing the meadow side developed. So that's just food for thought. So what I'm getting is that, I mean, generally the content of the land management plan and the structure and of the documents and everything seems to work.
I like it. I read the original draft in its totality before it reached this finished stage and had looked at, a little bit of survey stuff. I can say today that unless you heard something from me by the weekend, I'm going to take the time to just roll through it again and see if there's any details. But I agree with George and Sean. I think it's a good looking document, and somehow I don't think it needs to be like an open space commission recommendation, but be duly noted that the county commissioners are interested in, answering the question, whatever, about development on certainly the east side of the east side of the road, that portion of the property, the meadow portion of the property. But I'm also okay with leaving that out as long as we memorialize that by virtue of the minutes of this meeting, and that's adequate. And Peter would be the better understander of that stuff.
So, I mean, I think one thing that we could potentially toy with or tinker with a little bit is the open space fund budget includes, I think it's 35,000 for a site plan for designing something for the open space park. Those funds would be used to design something in accordance with the vision of the land management plan. It might make sense to take advantage of that process and add some funds from the general fund, the ARPA fund, perhaps, to expand that project to explore how to do a multi-use design of some sort or some other use of the meadow side to figure out what might be possible there and to incorporate it into the process.
Probably something we should talk about when we bring it back for actual adoption.
Yeah, see if there's, some way to.
And yeah, I apologize for just jumping that out into this conversation, but my main point is, we are trying to move forward to do some design work. And if we really are wanting to try to carve out and reserve the option you're talking about, we're going to need to really do it. You know what I mean? We're going to need to find a way to do that in more than just the minutes, because it's a meaningful step.
So that the guiding document you refer to reminds people of that going forward and guides their action.
Yes, but what I'm trying to get across is the Open Space Commission has just made a commitment to spend $35,000 next year on a design plan. And if the design plan we're going to have to figure out how to approach that design plan in a way that accommodates leaving a development window somehow or something. And, I'm not sure how to sort of make that happen without getting a little bit more serious about what the board is asking for in this moment.
I think in the moment, the idea is that specifically, and the other two commissioners can disagree with this or modify it with their own words. Again, the meadow side or east side of the road through that section, that a guiding principle would be that the improvements that are made to that part would hopefully not be tremendously expensive, so that they would be pitched by a future potential other use of that portion of the property. And I don't know from the things I've heard and seen so far that there's been great expense planned for that side of the property. There was talk, I know there's the trail up to Silver Creek, and that's one issue. So that it might guide where that trail goes on the property, so that this is just some examples, ideas, just theoretically, and this is getting too far in the weeds for this moment, but it'll help. It might be that that trail would be confined to one edge of the property, because I went over the grades when I looked at the original one that first came out before it even got to commission, and I looked at the grades and it was going up, and I realized that trail, because the way it was just roughed in as a sketch to begin with, was like a 30 or 40% trail going straight up the mountain or something. And so obviously that's not how it would be built. However it's built, if it were confined to one edge of the property, then it would have the ability for the trail to remain, but there to be some future development. Or if there was a trail put in, there'd be an option for a portion of it to be relocated later or something, so that the property could be developed. If instead you went in and dug a pond and pumped water and built a lake and used our water rights and built a water feature and built Disneyland there and spent $3 million on it, then we'd be disappointed if we decided we wanted to put a widget factory there later on or something.
Okay, thank you.
Sean made the point that once you build something, you build an expectation.
Right.
And one way to parse this would be to say, it's very clear that the west side, the pond side, has very high open space value. And that I don't view development potential being in that riparian area, right? Like that,
Right.
That is pretty clear to me. On the east side, our choice is either try to proceed right now with development evaluation. I think that's what I hear you offering. And then I hear Randy saying, try to design around a potential development. And
until the time that the question is answered, that's what I meant by that. So
what I think could make a lot of sense is start designing the west side of the road and take your suggestion to really do an evaluation for development potential on the east side of the road.
It's not investing anything.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And that's, I think, what I would prefer to see done.
And what I was doing was offering either the option of that, or saying that if in fact we how you start to do things and then we have COVID comes along and we don't get somewhere or something like that, we don't get things done. All I was saying is that if it turns out to take a long time to decide whether development will ever happen somewhere, we've had pieces of ground that people talked about developing for 20 or 30 years before. And a perfect example is the Douglas Mountain meadow below the Douglas Mountain area. That meadow in that area was that the private sector was unobstructed by government, trying to figure out how to develop that for a number of years before anything finally came to fruition. And so if our efforts to study and develop this piece of land and evaluate whether it can or it can't, and the arguments and debates around it take a long time, and there's some use like a connection to Silver Creek, there are ways to just, whatever we build, we should be prepared to throw away later on that side of the road if we haven't answered. If we build it before that question is answered, we should be prepared to either throw it away or make sure we built it in a way that it doesn't preclude future development on the balance of the parcel. But I agree that the best way to do it is to answer the question before you spend $1 over there. And all I'm saying is if you do end up spending $1 because stuff doesn't get done, make sure you don't spend so much that you're not afraid to lose it.
I think that's good feedback. We'll go back to a little bit to the drawing boards, figure out how to memorialize your comments, and we'll bring it back. Not sure when yet. We'll bring it back for you to get one more crack and take a look and seek your approval.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Appreciate it. It was really good work at the end of the day. And Mark sitting there with open space, I appreciate your work on this stuff too. The next item on the agenda is the 11:45 end of the year update from the county trails team. John Butcher.
Logan Meyer is going to present along with John.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
Nice. If that doesn't work, then I don't have to have that.
Let me stop sharing for a second.
Which one did you want to see, Logan?
Oh, never mind. You got it?
Yeah,
You can just present it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just do the slideshow view
Okay, cool.
if you'd like.
Perfect.
Okay, cool. So I'd like to start out by thanking the board for supporting this program that you have over the years. I'd like to thank Beth for creating it in the first place. And I'd like to thank the Open Space Commission as well for supporting our work as they do. So this year we had a couple of trail supervisors. This is Logan Meyer. He was somebody that I hired in 22 and then came back as the trail supervisor this year. He's just a student of trail building really and trail creation. We also had Brian Flores, who's been with the program for about, I think, 6 or 7 years. And we had 2 new folks that just created just a great team this year. So just as far as totals are concerned, the team covered 313 miles doing trail maintenance in some way, shape, or form in 4,400 hours throughout the season. They were here May through October. Major accomplishments. We actually, for the first time, performed some compensated work for the U.S. Forest Service, which was a big win that we discovered, or we talked them into, I guess I would say, in May. They funded 1,000 hours for us. And in total, we spent 1,066 hours on their property. So we got pretty close to getting to what we were compensated for. We also improved first responder access to a high traffic area down in Clear Creek Canyon, high traffic climbing area. And we eliminated some trail conflict through a new trail build at Charlie's Place in Dumont. Today, we're going to talk about, we'll start out with kind of the basic trail maintenance activities we've performed and where we performed them. Then we'll talk about the major trail repairs that these guys did out in the field. We'll talk about the new builds, and then we'll wrap up with some ongoing maintenance that was performed throughout each year. So with that, I'll let Logan take over.
Cool. So we put this together with the GIS department. This is the first time we've ever really mapped out like our trail work for the season. So this really just helped us sort of visualize where our work was, and then where we could improve for next season, or sort of consistent maintenance areas over multiple seasons. So these blue lines here, you can see that was areas where we did more just general drainage and corridor and raking and stuff like that. And then all of those orange points you see are more significant maintenance points, like building an elevated water crossing or like removing a down tree or something like that. So the orange points are a little more significant. Yeah, so we can go over first some of the Clear Creek lands that we worked on.
I'll talk about something that was probably on the forefront of our mind back in June. I had identified some areas where we need some more signage. It so happened that there was a gentleman that was riding the sluice trail that encountered somebody walking, actually a couple walking up the trail. So he had a pretty serious traumatic brain injury that affected his life. And I myself couldn't understand how somebody could be walking up that trail, given that it's a directional mountain bike only downhill trail. So I basically got together with COMBA, Colorado Mountain Bike Association, who does the maintenance on this particular trail, and just kind of brainstorm with them as well as Logan and Brian, and we talked about how we could make it more clear that hikers should not be on this trail. There was a sign, there is still a sign at the end of it. There's all sorts of notification on the map as well. But COMBA suggested that we do a buck and rail fence if we could get the materials on site. So then I engaged with the Clear Creek Fire Authority. They were interested in removing some of the fuels from the top of Floyd Hill. So they offered to spend a day hauling a bunch of dead fallen lodgepole from the top of Floyd Hill down to the bottom of the sluice trail. And I met COMBA out there that night and we put together this buck and rail fence. I added some signage and we haven't had any issues to date. So just a way that we all work together to kind of accomplish something and to increase the safety in the trail system there.
Just to be clear for the record, the word that Mr. Butcher just used starts with a B. Buck and rail fence. I misheard you at first.
Okay.
I thought it might have been a word that started with an F, but anyways, it's recording.
I think you're the only one that heard about that. Starts with a buck and rail fence, so yes. But at any rate, and then Logan and his team also identified an area that needed some revegetation. He can go through that process with you.
Yeah. So I guess on the topic of just general trail maintenance work, we did, so when I was saying like, we'll go through and do corridor work and drainage work. This is an example of some of our drainage work. So you can see all of that water was pooling up on the left side. Unfortunately, I can only take the picture like 2 minutes after we dig the drain, so it still looks wet, but I promise the water's not pooling up there anymore. Hopefully it's dried out by now, but we can go back and check it next year. But these pooling areas just sort of promote people to walk around those pooling areas and trample more vegetation, and especially up in high alpine, like sensitive areas, we try and minimize that as much as possible. This is just another example, like up on Herman's Gulch, we build like a drain dip. So we've got water bars and drainage dips, and we try and put in drainage dips whenever possible. They're a little bit more sustainable. So you can see the old trail is running right where that stream is, and then people had been walking up and over that trail and just trampling more vegetation. And then when we don't take care of it, this is like up on Silver Dollar. The areas start to look like this. Over on the right, that's where like you can see like there's basically like a little pond forming there, and that's where the trail was supposed to go. So then people walk around that and trample that, and then the way that they go still isn't sustainable, so they just keep creating more and more and more trails. So that's what we're trying to minimize when we're digging our drains out there. But back to Floyd Hill. So this is our maintenance map for Floyd Hill.
Sorry.
Yep, there you go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
This is our maintenance map. It's a 10-mile trail system. We hit it at the beginning of the season and at the end of the season. Major projects? We reconstructed an access road there, and then we shut down that pirate trail that John was talking about. So I can show you those. So this is the access road. It's used by us, the firefighters, CPW, maybe the Forest Service. either way, it was super rutted out. We had, to get up there, we pretty much had to rally the truck up there. So we decided just to fix that up. It didn't take too long.
It's good.
But yeah, we basically just flattened it out, created some drains, made it a little bit more sustainable because it is the way it was designed, it just sort of goes straight up fall line. So if we just sort of regraded the road, it was going to keep rutting out. So by installing those drains, it's at least lasted this season. We'll see how it's doing next season, but it should be holding up pretty good.
When you say sustainable, what you mean is you're really referring to how erosion.
Yeah, erosion.
Okay.
And the amount of maintenance that's really required for something over a period of time. The more sustainable it is, the less that maintenance is required over a period of time. And as we build out, obviously, a trail system within the county, we're adding a lot more work to do. So we want to make it as sustainable as possible so that it reduces that workload given a larger trail system, if you will.
Thank you.
And then this is so we did call it like a bootleg trail. So it's a trail that was just walked in by trail users. It wasn't designed by anybody. And these are areas where we have like a lot of sustainability or erosion problems. So this one went straight up the sluice. So we weren't sure, it might have been like an area where people saw it and might have thought that it was a regular trail, and that's why they were walking onto the sluice. So in conjunction with the fence, and we re-tilled this up and reseeded the land and let the meadow regrow. We also turned the meadow loop into a directional only trail just to avoid any confusion about which way the sluice goes, and that you shouldn't be walking on the sluice. But yeah, I think it was like a half-mile sort of renaturalization project, but we went back later in the season and everything's reseeding pretty well. So hopefully by next year, you can't even tell that anything was there. And this was up at the intersection on Floyd Hill. So there's a huge blowdown of a bunch of trees. You can see in the next slide too, they were all over the trail. They were all over the side. Some of them had been bucked up by comba, but then they were just left off to the side of the trail. So we got all the ones on the trail and some of the ones off to the side, and we just cleaned them up and piled them up to sort of burn off in the future or take out of there, however we're going to extract them. But we basically just cleaned up the intersection, made it look a little bit nicer, cleaned up the trails in the area so people can go through there.
So I have a question regarding the revegetation and the renaturalization. Are you engaged in planting or seeding, or how are you reclaiming some of that area?
So we went through and tilled up the area. So we went to like this trail symposium. We went there this year and last year. And one of their methods was this sort of checkerboard pattern for tilling up the land. So we did that just to, it creates lots of lumps and humps that people aren't going to want to bike over on top of tilling the land. And then, yeah, we bought natural seed. You got, yeah. And then we went through and reseeded everything, and then
native species.
Yeah. Well, I've done some of that in the past, and I know it depends on how deeply it's scarred, because we're a high mountain desert with a thin layer of life on it. And when you get down to where you're kind of more rock and sand, and even though you till it up and scratch it and we did the same thing, got the natural seed, and then you look at it depending on how much sun it gets and all that kind of stuff, the next 5 to 20 years, seeing that's still there, it takes a long time. And I know I've had read that a lot of those in our area, a lot of that requires active planting and stuff like that. And I'm not asking that you do that and add it to your workload. I was stating that, I do hope that it's as successful as you hope to see it in terms of coming back quickly. That a lot of that depends on how much moisture you get, everything else.
Well, if you look at actually the trail itself, it's pretty high composition of topsoil there.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think it should take, this took a couple of tries too, because the first time you went through and we tried to do this checkerboard pattern where it would make it uncomfortable for mountain bikers to use, and then seeded it. And then you guys were still seeing
Yeah, we still
tracks
saw
coming
tracks
down
through
through
there.
there. So they would come off the sluice and just
Especially when people
come right back
come
down to it.
Yeah.
So we all realized that we needed to do a little better job. So that's why we put in a post and rail fence, and a bunch more signage, and did some rocks at the top as well. So it's greening up right now as we speak. So it should bode well for what happens next spring. So
I don't want to go super far into the weeds on this or anything beyond this comment. I'm aware that there are a lot of Colorado wild plant seed mixes that have invasive species in them. And so just want to note that I know that finding the appropriate seed for an appropriate ecology can be difficult. You probably know that as well. I'd encourage you to
I do. I dug pretty deep on this one, actually, because Martha had a recommendation, and on this one, I actually went into Big R and I talked to the guy, and I told him exactly. I said, you know what, we're on Floyd Hill. There's no way we can introduce any sort of invasive species into this environment. And he said, well, we don't really have anything here, but here's the manufacturer. So I called the manufacturer up of the seeds, and I can't even remember their name now off the top of my head, but they said, yeah, you probably don't want to use something over the counter there. So we do have this seed mix that's specific to the exposure that you're looking at, the elevation that you're looking at, and the present vegetation there. So I did dig deep into that one, actually. So I appreciate the question, though, George.
Okay, and then we worked on Silver Creek. So it's like about a 4.5 mile trail. We spent around 150 hours working on this, but major projects, I mean, we went through and we did corridor and drainage for the whole thing. And then major projects, we built 3 rock ramps. We built the retaining wall. We did a boulder removal right at the beginning of the season. And then, yeah, we did some minor-ish tread work. But this was the retaining wall that we built. So this popped up last year. It's kind of hard to see on this screen, but on the picture on the left, there's a big sort of gully that totally washed out Silver Creek. So that portion of trail was just missing. It looked like the rest of the gully. And we tried to fix it last year. We built a retaining wall and it ended up collapsing. And then this year, Brian and I sort of brainstormed. We built it differently. We sort of inset the wall before we actually built it. And then we built, we armored the tread in between the gully and the wall. That way it wouldn't be as likely to wash down into the wall and collapse it outward. So as of right now, it's still holding up. And then usually after, a full year, once it goes through the winter, if it's still there, it should last a long time. So
Bless you.
fingers crossed for that one, but we built it to spec, so hopefully it'll hold. And then we did work on this small ramp. So you can see this thing was pretty ugly, deteriorating. It wasn't that safe. So we turned it into a rock ramp. It matches more of the aesthetic with the big rock retaining walls on Silver Creek. And then, just building it out of rock, it's going to last a lot longer.
Is that Santos Creek? Is that the intersection of Santos Creek above the Georgetown wastewater plant, above Shadows Ranch? The little creek crossing there?
No.
Okay, there's no water under that?
No.
Okay.
Just a rock ramp.
And so again, the onus really on here is on sustainability, and the fact that if we can take something that was obviously deteriorating and needs to be replaced over a period of time, say 10 years or whatever that wooden ramp would last, and turn it into something that's going to last forever and take as much traffic as you can throw at it. It was just an amazing job by these guys, and they've done it in a couple spots along that trail. So.
And then this was the bigger ramp that we did. So this one took us about 2.5 days to do. You can see that big boulder in the back. That one's not going anywhere. There's a mine right behind there. But this wood ramp, it didn't need as immediate work as the last one did. But again, it's deteriorating, and we just took care of it before it becomes like a hazard. So we dragged over a couple rocks. I mean, it took us a while because I think those, especially the rock in the back, is probably about 1,000 pounds. And then just, trying to find the right rocks to make it a smooth ramp, really just the preparation work for it takes the longest amount of time. But then once it's done, we shouldn't have to touch this thing for like 100 years. So it should hold up over time. And then this is a boulder removal right at the beginning of the season. You can see where Ethan's standing on the left. That's where the trail goes. So we tried to crack it in half, but we didn't have enough feather wedges, so we had to get those out. And then we just ended up using a grip hoist and pulling it off to the side. But that was a quick solution that, it's not blocking the trail anymore. People won't widen the trail any more than it already is. And then I did some tread work. This was the other day I was out running, and, it just shows that Silver Creek pretty much always has some work to do on it. The trail is good all season, and then all these boulders just fell over the trail. So I just cleared them real quick. But, when we come upon that stuff on the trail, we usually we'll take care of it pretty quick, and then nobody has to worry about it.
So the Cat Slab Access Trail was something that was the fire authority has been interested in improving for many years. I think Jeremy said over 10. But this is one of the most popular climbing areas in Clear Creek Canyon. And it was more of a 3 points of contact trail, if you will, as you're walking over there. So the fire authority has done a number of rescues in that particular area over the years, and they've had to string people across the river because they can't get them out in a one-wheeled dolly. So their aim was really to have us improve the trail so that they could rescue people in a much faster way from that particular area where they do see a lot of activity. So I'm going to let Logan go through the entire process on it, but it's pretty impressive work what these guys put together.
So you can see this is can I do like a laser pointer on here or something? I don't know if I can.
Yeah, I don't know if you can either. You can
Yeah, you can see my mouse. Never mind. So this is the trail right here. You can see the quarry up here on the left, Floyd Hills down here. So the trail we're looking at is right there. But yeah, we ended up building, we built 2 staircases, and we built a long sort of trestle to get across the firefighters' biggest problem area. But this is the first staircase we built. It was just before the Cat Slab climbing wall. So you can see over on the left, it was basically just a little gully that, especially with a one-wheel gurney, the firefighters are having trouble just getting people through there. It was really slick. There's a bunch of loose rock. So we built a staircase there and made it pretty easy for them to traverse. And then this was the second staircase that we built. So again, on the left, they were taking patients over this boulder down into the hole, and then like down into another hole onto the trail. So it's a steep section, kind of hard to navigate with a patient. So again, this staircase is probably like 12 feet high or so. And we just used rock that was laying around, but yeah, they were super pumped about that staircase. So made it a lot easier for them to traverse. And then this was the sort of firefighters' biggest problem area. So you can see that's a pretty deep hole right there. And then over on the right, it's about a 50-foot section that they had to traverse over, where you sort of need 3 points of contact, and it was slippery on slab rock, and it was just hard to navigate through. So we built a trestle over top of it. And they were pretty ecstatic about that. So, it helps the rock climbers going through that area. They were even having trouble navigating some of those sections. So just gives them a smooth surface all the way across. It really sped up their time. And again, carrying a patient around on a one-wheel gurney, it's way easier over that thing than sort of the big chunky slab rock that they were going over before.
And the other advantage to this is really, it lets the rock climbers know where they should go, because there was a plethora of social trails that were causing a lot of erosion coming down off that mountain there. So helping to focus that impact again.
And then after that, we just did, I mean, it was only like a quarter mile of trail, but it took us a whole month to do it. The whole thing needed totally reworked. We were working on this side of a cliff, basically. So all of this tread needed redone. So this is basically what it looked like before. And then we moved a lot of those big boulders out of the way, chopped up a lot of rock, split it in half, and yeah, really smoothed it out. Yeah, that's where and then another after picture. We just built a couple more tiny staircases and really just smoothed it out for them, made it really easy to traverse for everyone. And then
can I suggest that this is a great time for us to let the public know that this presentation includes multiple additional examples of work you've done. And the work that you've done is excellent and very important. And that maybe we use the balance of the 4 minutes that we have left to, talk about like
some of these other areas.
The board's thoughts about trail maintenance and that, that kind of thing. Does that sound good to everybody?
Yeah, if we take a little more than 4 minutes, that's okay too, because it's only lunch and I can do without that. So let's, what would you, go ahead. You've obviously got something percolating.
I mean, there's something we could go through real quick which is the last trail build that they did, which really has eliminated a lot of trail conflict and shows our partnership with other entities within the county. And literally, I'll take a minute on it, George. So Sue at Charlie's Place came to me, and because the Upper Dumont trailhead was opened, she was seeing a lot more traffic coming through that area. And so her concern was that when people were taking the dogs out from the shelter to walk, they would run into people with dogs off leash, that kind of thing. And it created a lot of conflict for that organization. And so we just decided to build a trail that bypassed the entire area. And I received an email from her after we finished it. And she said she was walking out of the shelter with dogs, just cringing the fact that there was somebody coming down the trail and that there was going to be a conflict between the dogs. And she's a small lady. I mean, I saw a dog pull her off her feet literally and across the parking lot while I was there. And the other people, they took the trail and there was no conflict at all. And she was super thankful. So anyway, I just wanted to go over that and
I'm sure there are 100 other examples like that where you've done really good work that's been very beneficial throughout. And the work that I've seen that you've presented so far has been notable and been good. George, you've got something percolating in your head.
Yeah, I mean, it's really clear to me that the work that you guys do is crucial. It's amazing that the Forest Service agrees and is starting to compensate us for that work. What would be helpful for me, and I think just for this effort, and you probably have thought a lot about this, right? Like I'm just giving you my reaction after spending a half hour hearing about this. It's your full-time job to think about this stuff. I would love to see kind of a systematic approach to like comparing like the quantity of trails out there to our like how much work we can get done in a year, given that we have some years experience, and kind of try to understand at a higher level, like at current budgeting levels, what's our capacity to ensure a reasonable trail system, how much of our effort goes towards ongoing maintenance versus development. Like those are some of the questions that I think over this winter
you'd like the answer to.
Would be good to sort of understand for this board and community members and yourselves to be strategic about the work we're choosing to do.
First of all, strategic about how to even organize your maintenance in a way, like what do we perceive? How can we compare what you are getting done, because you can get that much done, to how much needs to be done, how much trail we've got, and therefore, and how often should that trail be hit and remaintained, and just to keep it up to snuff and patrol, where you go out and find things like where people are doing bushwhack trails, unauthorized illegal trails where they leave the trail, to know and how much work it takes to keep up with all of this, to get a general feel for what it would take to handle it. So, and that informs two things. Informs, first of all, your work so you can manage it and know, man, we need more people to get this done, or we've got more people than we need to get this done, or which I don't think is going to find out to be the case. But it also informs, once we see how much work you've got to do to maintain it, and we see how much trail we've got, so we see what our capacity is to maintain that trail. It helps informs decisions about future trail building, and because that's also future workload building when we do that. And it's also especially important right now that we just authorized to spend about 15 grand, I think, or 17 grand on an unauthorized trail identification project that's going to be done by consultants for us. It was, set up through NOCO. And the purpose of that is to see how big is our problem with pirate trails that's going on out there. And so once we learn from that how big the pirate trail program is going on, and then we look at what your workload is relative to the inventory we have right now, it helps us plan better for the future. And I think that's the first little short thought that pops into my head from seeing what you're doing and hearing Commissioner Marlin make that comment.
So a much higher level view.
Or Sean?
Yeah, my quick addition to that is I completely agree. And I want to also bring up kind of a financial element of this. And I kind of pay attention to what's going on in the industry, and the Walton family, for example, is fairly famous for funding trail projects around the United States, a lot of them in Arkansas, of course. And so I think that we've really proven ourselves as a team to be able to accomplish some really impressive things. I mean, when I look at the trails and the work that you guys did, and I had a chance before this meeting to look at every slide, and it's very impressive, especially with, you guys are lean and mean. You do not have a huge team, and you're out there really accomplishing some things. So that's kind of my thought is, how do we take advantage of the interest in trail building, not only inside of Colorado, but outside of Colorado, continuing to partner with COMBA. And, we had a gentleman who made a public comment this morning about more trails being built kind of in the middle of the county. And I would love to see somebody in the county putting on their thinking cap around that. And I certainly think you guys should be part of that conversation.
Well, that is, there was a lot of thinking cap this year on where we could build new trails. So I would agree with that. I would also say that there is, I missed out on it this year just because I wasn't aware of it, but CPW does offer a grant that's year over year to fund underfunded trails programs, which is something that I'm obviously going to apply for next year. I just missed the cutoff on it. This year was not aware of it until we hit the trail symposium. So, that's an additional source of funding. We'll have to see, what the Forest Service comes back with this year. They were super impressed with what we covered for them in the period of time that we did, and for the money that they paid for us to do it. So it remains to be seen what kind of funding we're going to get out of them this year. But my goal is obviously to find outside sources for funding to both build and maintain trails. So
awesome. Thanks.
I just want to also just toot the horn of these guys for a little bit. One of the things that they have suggested and have looked into a little bit is to design and identify trails that we can add to the network that start in towns, and to make to do the thing where you're bringing people to cash registers a little bit more, so that we're doing more of connecting trails to the places where people are and where there's parking and infrastructure, and where it makes a little bit more sense. And just looking into that and starting to figure out, is that possible? How can we think about trail systems from that perspective? So, and I didn't tell them to do that. They came up with that on their own. So that
and with something Rom that emphasized as well.
That's true. So that's just
I think that's important, and I'd like for people to remember when they do this, because of the biker bias against bikers based on some fallacies, is that they don't, cyclists, meaning cyclists. Right. And I can't speak a lot to mountain bikers because I haven't seen the demographics, but I've seen it on the road bikers. And there's what I consider to be a myth that we have, that bikers come to town, park their cars, get out, ride their bikes, and then they just go home, because bikers don't need food or anything like that. Whereas hikers.
They don't want to post, they
spend money.
don't want to post.
Yeah, right.
Here,
And other
right?
people spend
Yeah.
money. And I just wanted to say that as an almost lifelong bike, 2/3 of my life I've spent biking now and wearing spandex and stuff. And I don't want to be seen wearing that stuff in a restaurant any more than anyone else. So I always change clothes before I go to the restaurant. I think that's contributed to the myth that they're not spending money in your town when they get done with their. And what I immediately thought of when you said there's parking down in town so people can park there, which is like the Breckenridge, model, where they're beginning to try to park people in town and shuttle them up to places, even, like Quandary, and then bring them back down. So they drop them in town where they'll spend some money. And so there's an element that's got to be balanced and careful about if you build a lot of trail access where a lot of people do come to town and park for many hours while they go out on an activity, that's parking that's not able to turn over other customers. So it's just something to keep in mind and keep in balance and make sure that it's done to areas where there is excess parking, where it's not as congested and it doesn't contribute as much to the core turnover every couple of hours downtown. But anyway.
An additional benefit is, as a person who lives in a town, I love being able to walk from my door to a trail that's a nice trail.
Yeah.
So the thing that I think this is the last thing that I have to say is I've just been thinking about the analytical project I just asked for, and that's a big lift. I'm realizing that, like, our road and bridge team, I think for the first time in the history of this county, just a handful of years ago, developed a capital maintenance plan for all of our asphalt roads. And that was a big undertaking. And so I just want to acknowledge that what we're asking for is a big undertaking, and that the first iteration of this doesn't have to be perfect. It would be nice to see, a high level approach, and that the road and bridge team and that work product might be something to look at as you're trying to wrap your head around how to take that approach.
The approach to the whole.
Well, ultimately, actually, James left me with a lot of resources when he left, and part of it was what's called the Trails Bible, and it literally lists out probably 80% of the trails in the county and the estimated amount of time that it would take to do maintenance on them. So I have a good start on it, believe it or not, based on my predecessor. So.
And you're completely aware that, because I know we've talked about it before, and I know you use a resource, but Matt Taylor's inventory of trails of all kinds and places people can do different things is really extensive. And we went through a big, we created a map. It's been 10 years now, but we created a map that was everywhere, for example, for biking, everywhere you could legally ride a bike in Clear Creek County, period. Everything we could find that was backcountry trails, old mining roads, everything from the county roads, everywhere you could, and even, all the pavement you could ride on legally in the county, so that it's completely laid out. And it's laid out kind of like a ski map. And then we came to the conclusion that it wasn't really something we wanted to make public, because what we were doing was inviting people to go a whole lot of places where you could ride legally, but maybe it was inadvisable to start directing them. So, but what it does provide is a database of virtually everywhere we could draw a line on a map that somebody could ride a bike. And so just adding that into the inventory of what his resource of that map, it is really helpful. I've got a copy of it on my wall at home.
Well, believe it or not, now that you mention it, right after this meeting, we're meeting with the GIS department to update clear maps as far as what trails are hiking trails, what trails, and based on the intel provided by the entire team, that's what we're going to sit down and do, is get that real accurate, because we're trying to come up with an accurate count of exactly how many miles there are for hiking, what's multi-use, what's, all that kind of stuff, which will give us, again, some more data.
And he's got a lot of, I'm not suggesting that everything on there should be out there. I'm just saying, as you're trying to look at the holistic picture, and then he has since that time refined it to some places, and I removed some stuff from it. And we intentionally put some places out there we knew that you could legally go, that we didn't put them on the map because they were going into some really, really sensitive elk calving areas, but there was no Forest Service rule. There wasn't a seasonal closure in place by the Forest Service, but we knew from local research that it was a wetlands that was an elk calving area that was in a really hidden place. And we knew there was a trail through there, and we intentionally left all that kind of stuff off the map. So.
Cool.
We've been working with them too. We spent a lot of the season, we did add to that unverified layer that you're talking about, like all those trails on there. We did add a lot of trails onto there too, just to have a more, like you said, like holistic view of the trails in the county.
And it'll also set us up well for the unverified trails, NOCO.
Right. Right.
Project you're a part of.
Yeah, well, we've got 5 minutes left for lunch, I think, or no, as you go to 12. Oh, goes, we still got 20 minutes left for lunch. So what else do we have to go through? Lunch.
I mean, we could talk about what we did for the fire service, but you know.
Instructions from the back of the room. It's time to eat.
Cool. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Again, for funding the program, Beth, for putting it all together many, many years ago. And the Open Space Commission for supporting it as well. So appreciate you taking the time to visit with us.
Good work.
You guys might have the funnest job in the county.
So you're not gonna believe it.
Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Thanks, Megan, for the
Okay, we're back in session, Board of County Commissioners. I have the amazing, immediate, and brand new, hot off the presses news that the new carbon handlebars that I had ordered for my mountain bike, my new used mountain bike that I got as a treat for myself since I got my knee replacement, just arrived at the bicycle shop. So we are adjourned for the day. Only kidding. If there's anybody out there listening. Our next item is a 12:45 work session to discuss the enforcement of semi truck brake mufflers. Commissioner Wheelock. Oh boy, I'm just going to give you a quick update on what's going on so far. Based on some of the communications that we've had from actually a few people, not just Ms. Hoonan, who was in a few weeks ago, whom I appreciate her bringing this to our attention again and reminding us. We have, let me come down to this. I had it up earlier on we basically had considered a few options that I think are worthy of consideration moving forward to help alleviate a problem we've heard of, which is the noise that's happening on the hill. And some of those ideas are to try to affect a little more enforcement up there on the hill. Another one was to create legislation to increase the fine from $1,000 to $2,000. And then there's another one which Judy Amabile, Representative Amabile, had brought up, which was to collect more data on a couple of things, which would be good to study. I mean, what we have is anecdotal data from a couple of citizens that have noted the times and frequency that particularly loud noises are coming through. And so what I've got is the environmental manager for the corridor, Abby Mandafari, is looking into trying to find, see if we can get some decibel meters that we could put up there to be able to record time and frequency, times of day, and the actual levels of sound that we're seeing that could be placed along the interstate there. And so she's looking into the possibility of getting that done. That would usually happen either through CDOT or through CDPHE. And she said she thought it would be a CDOT function out of their environmental department, but I haven't heard back from her yet on that. So I just wanted you guys to know, I wanted to update you and let you know that I talked to her about that. Another piece, and I haven't done this yet, is to get data on how much enforcement has been done up there historically in recent times. In other words, how many citations have even been issued for engine brake mufflers, if any. And we know that we've heard that the town of Georgetown has done some work up there because they put it in a report recently. And I think that's because they've also been contacted by the same people. And so I think that's something that we should probably be talking with our sheriff's department about and requesting that we realize that they're heavily burdened with other work to do. But if there's any time that could be spent up there, we just like to look into the possibility of getting some time spent up there during the times that have been identified to us anecdotally. Sounds like those times are particularly troublesome in the evening until about late evening around 11-ish or something like that. And then it quiets down significantly until about 5 a.m. in the morning. So it may be that if they've got some time during slow time in the evening, or especially in the early morning, that they might be able to put some people up there and at least see if there's some opportunity. And we can't tell the sheriff what to do, or the undersheriff, but of course, it would be possible to talk to them about that. With regard to and so that's getting enforcement up there, and we're looking at I'd like to get data on, if we can, produced on how much enforcement has been going on up there. The other piece, the legislation, Representative Amabile was very reluctant. She said she probably would not be willing to sponsor a bill for that purpose for about 3 reasons. They've got a whole lot on their plate already at the legislature, as was just witnessed in this special session. She doesn't want to expend her political capital where she thinks it's unlikely to be successful, was her immediate response as a result of some of the lobbying she'd probably see coming out of the trucking industry and others. And then the final reason was that in her mind, it wasn't settled whether a $1,000 fine versus a $2,000 fine would actually have a really big impact on the outcome, where it would change the number of people that were coming down that hill without engine brake mufflers on. And so for those reasons, she was less likely to. I think Senator Roberts, Dylan Roberts, is running a little more of an omnibus, or not an omnibus bill, but a little more broad-reaching highway safety bill, in which he might be able to include that. I haven't talked to him about it. I just understand he's running that bill, and that was suggested to me as an opportunity. And so those are avenues. It's worth talking to Representative Roberts and seeing if he's willing to do something like that. It may or may not be fruitful. But I think my own personal feeling is that the better things to do are gather data so that we know for sure what we're talking about exactly. It's been reported to us enough that it seems like it's worth doing that. Again, both on enforcement and on trying to find out some way to actually scientifically monitor what's going on there. And then the immediate fix, though, is to get some enforcement on the hill so that the word gets out and it has some impact on behavior up there. And I don't have anything to offer at this moment other than those updates. That's the people I've talked to and where I got on it so far. So discussion, anything from the other commissioners or anyone else?
I have a question, and I don't know if any of us, I'm not a truck expert, but I'm just looking at Colorado requires commercial vehicles equipped with an engine compression device to have a muffler. Just because we had that law, I don't think necessarily means every truck going down I-70 by Georgetown is from Colorado, knows this law even exists.
Right.
I appreciate the problem. I think what we're pursuing is kind of a fool's errand, though, honestly, because my guess is a decent number of the trucks don't have that equipment. They are going down a steep hill, and if they're choosing between safety and making some noise, they're going to choose safety. And this body has no part in the enforcement of existing laws that are already on the books. I personally don't think going from 1,000 to 10,000 would even really make a behavioral difference, because I don't think the truckers are probably largely aware of what's going on. And even if they were aware, a lot of them, it's not their truck, and they're not responsible for the equipment on the truck. And I'm a little frustrated that we're talking about this. We've already talked about it in the past. We put an ordinance in place, which at the time I said wasn't really going to do anything since we weren't going to enforce it. And the sheriff at the time said he wasn't going to enforce it. So those are my thoughts.
Well, I guess my immediate response to that is that we've had some other things that we've been talking about with regard to sheriff's operations, and it's a new day, and we have the opportunity to talk about what things should or shouldn't be enforced, at least on some rudimentary basis. And going forward, I agree with you. First of all, they should choose between safety and noise when it comes down to it. At the end of the day, they're absolutely allowed to have engine brakes. They're also supposed to have engine brake mufflers, and most of the states around do require engine brake mufflers also. And so it's not like an unknown, and that's not an unknown hill. And I think as a group, this is why I think enforcement is the thing that's easiest. If you actually do write some tickets instead of no tickets, we found the same thing. I'll give another example. We had the same thing going on with egregiously out of range parking up North Empire, and nobody could do anything about it until we wrote a few tickets, and all of a sudden 2/3 of them disappeared and stopped being there immediately, because they have communication within their community, their four-wheel drive community, and all of a sudden everybody seemed to know they couldn't do that anymore, and it cut it way down. It's really possible that within the trucking community, especially with CMCA, the Colorado Motor Carriers Association, that they can help us with that too. And actually, that's probably another thing we should be doing, is talking to CMCA about that specific hotspot at Georgetown Hill, because we're getting repeated complaints from people that are telling us they're getting 40 or 50 of them that appear to be way out of range in terms of noise, between, in the evening hours, between quitting time, between Miller time and 11 PM. Seems to be the worst of it. So I think, so, I'm sorry, it's frustrating, but I'm talking about it because I think we've heard enough about it that it's worth trying to do something. And I don't think it's going to cost us a lot of money to try to ask that somebody puts in a couple hours on the highway, since they're on duty anyway, if it's a slow time of day, even if they do it once every couple of weeks or something like that, it might make a difference if we have enforcement. And then otherwise, I agree with you that we should really understand, I think that we should understand the problem better, which is a good reason to collect data on both. It's not hard to get the data on enforcement. That's pretty simple. Look up the records. And if CDOT's willing to get a decibel meter out there, I don't think there's any harm done or any great cost to the county there either.
Did you say, I think you said you're having conversations like that? Did you?
Yes, I said I'd talk with Abby Madafri with CDOT, and she immediately said she'd be happy to get on it. That's her job.
Okay. Thank you for digging into this. I mean, I think it's incumbent on this body to be interested in the quality of life of our constituents. And this is a quality of life problem. Gratitude to Kathy Hoonian for elevating this issue. She's one of 900 or so people that live in Georgetown who share this experience. And I agree, Sean, that there's not like an obvious immediate solution. I would add to what Randy suggested doing, that contacting State Patrol and saying, hey, we have a law enforcement issue here, could be helpful as well. And trying to understand the scale of this problem. I mean, I know we throw out a lot of surveys, but we could do some outreach, ask for constituents that are impacted by this to announce themselves. Even knowing the problem will help us articulate the problem to those who maybe can solve it, right? Like maybe there's a congressperson that would be interested to know that trucks from California are impacting the quality of life of people on Georgetown Hill. So those are some thoughts that I have related to this. I think I agree. I don't know if increasing the fee is going to really do much. And I don't love that as a regulatory tool. Truck drivers don't earn a whole lot of money. And
Right.
We could be talking the same thing about fees on any crime. Imposing poverty is not always the incentive that you think it is. But I know Senator Roberts knows about this issue. I know he's preparing legislation that this issue could fit under the title of. I'd love to think, maybe there's, I don't know what there is out there, but.
Yeah, I'll let you know that I'm not personally supportive. I agree with Sean 100%, 100. To me, anybody that's willing to risk $1,000 is going to be willing, if they're even, like he said, even if they know they're doing it, if they do know they're doing it, and they're a more local regional person that comes through there all the time on a regular route, and they're completely familiar with Colorado law, and they know they're supposed to be doing it here. It's the whole state where you're supposed to be doing this, not just Georgetown Hill, and not just Clear Creek County. And there are other counties that have this rule too. I think anybody that's willing to risk $1,000 is going to be willing to risk $2,000 if they think there's nobody out there paying attention to it anyway. And I think the better thing is to convince them that there are people paying attention to it and make them unwilling to lose that 1,000. Make them realize there's a risk that they could. Is a way more effective thing than changing the state law. Anyway, I just wanted to, so today's measure just ended up being a little more of an update with you on what I was working on and thinking about, and And I'll give you another update in a later meeting about what I found out on the decibel meters. And then I'd like to request of I know that before when I looked for enforcement data, and I don't know whether it goes down into the weeds far enough, I asked Rick Albers for enforcement data for all stops and traffic stops in the along in the US 40 corridor, and it took him about 30 minutes to send me a spreadsheet that had everything you ever wanted to know and more about who, which agency had responded, what the nature of the call was, the date, everything you wanted to know. It was pretty easy to manipulate that data myself once I saw it. And so if that can be done, if somebody can access that information for us and just let us know, all we want to know is how many citations of this type, or how many citations of this type have even been issued along this stretch of road or in Clear Creek County. I mean, it'll tell you the location of the milepost marker where it happened when you get the spreadsheet. So
We can do that. We'll reach out.
okay, thanks.
I have a question for Peter, and I should know the answer to this. I'm almost sure in the past I've seen Idaho Springs police pulling people over on I-70, which makes me think that they have the ability to enforce things on federal highways. Is there anything preventing the Georgetown police from enforcing this?
They already are. They already are enforcing it, although they're in this, they're outside of the town of Georgetown in the up on Georgetown Hill. And as I think any Colorado peace officer, Peter knows this way better than I do. Basically, any peace officer in the state of Colorado has the ability to enforce state laws.
Right.
And that means any county sheriff, any town, any city policeman, anyone can enforce state law anywhere, not just in their jurisdiction, but anywhere in the state. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Right. My point was, it's not just our sheriff's office that has the ability to enforce this. So if we're looking to point people to the right resource to help them solve their problem, it's not just our sheriff's office.
I agree with you 100% on that. And I think they've already gone to Georgetown, and Georgetown has responded and has put some enforcement up on the hill and been reporting that back to the town.
Right.
So
Yeah. I guess if the enforcement was adequate, we probably wouldn't be talking about this right now.
Yeah. So, and I just think that I'm suggesting that we should enforce it as well if it's part of our work.
Yeah, I agree with that. But, as we've already noted, we don't have the authority to tell the sheriff what they should and shouldn't enforce.
John Stein was raising his hand. You might have something to add when it comes to enforcement.
Afternoon. Yes, we have had contact with some semis, and we've also worked with State Patrol, but part of State Patrol's function on the highway safety has been hampered by lack of equipment of enforcing the Jake brakes. They look at it as a choice of evils, using a brake to slow down versus losing brakes and not able to stop. Also, back to the equipment for enforcement, decibel meters, having designated locations that were lasered on how many feet away from the Jake brake the sound as they came down the hill, the semi trucks, creates another little bit of enforcement, because now we got to laser the location of distance, have the decibel meter so we know what the decibels are, the loudness, and then also just back to the equipment of looking for the mufflers on trucks when they stop over at the different portals, east and westbound portals and Dumont. They check on a lot of the brakes and see if the mufflers are there, but they do not inspect every single semi. Their first enforcement has been weight, and then they branch out into brakes, checking if they're hot brakes, other brake issues, the mufflers, if they're carrying chains for snow chains, and that enforcement, other safety issues, but it is all secondary. So first and foremost is equipment. We're lacking of it. To find the actual Jake brake, we either have to climb under the semi truck with a rolling bed to go under the truck, or have to have remote cameras, mirrors, or we could take tennis balls and other equipment, climb to the top of the truck and drop it down into the muffler to see where it stops and hope that that doesn't catch on fire. Most of mufflers get thousands of degrees and will we'll,
Okay, John, I'm sorry to interrupt,
Yes,
John, but I hadn't intended to get into this big of a conversation about all the reasons that it's very, very difficult and almost impossible to do. What I would like to suggest is that I'm not suggesting that you invest in the equipment and decibel meters to understand that, but if you're able to anecdotally, if you see people and pull them over for different things, for different reasons in different places, and that if somebody has a really loud truck, and it is possible to look under the truck and see if they have an engine muffler, then you know they're in violation if they don't have an engine brake muffler. And and that may be a training issue of being able to have people know what one looks like when they see it. But if they don't have an engine brake muffler, then it seems like you can write a ticket if they're
Yeah,
operating
the
without one.
First part is absolute. We can find out the year of the truck. These are all going to be 2015 or older semi trucks, tractors, and then go
Yeah,
down.
okay. Well,
so I will follow
just-
up on that as well as some stats for you, sir.
That would be great. I'd appreciate it. I know I know, and I realize that the ask may be harder than I think, and it may be more difficult than I think to do, because I know that you may not be able to get down into within your data that's quickly available to you, that I know is, you may not be able to get down into the exact citation that was written to be able to provide that as easily as I think, but at least look into it and see if it's available, and I would really appreciate that.
I will do a report up and provide it back to you through the county manager.
Thanks. Yeah. Just get with Brian on that. That's fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sean, did you have anything else on this? I'm certainly have said more than I want to.
I don't.
With that, we have come, I believe, to the end of our agenda today, with the exception of an executive session for, so I'd move that we go into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 246402-4F for the county attorney to meet with Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of discussing personnel matters related to the performance reviews of the county manager and the county attorney, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policies generally.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We will return to this meeting only for the purpose of adjournment. So there's, you're welcome to stick around, but there's nothing to stick around for the balance of the day. So we have concluded our executive session. No minutes, written minutes were kept and no decisions were made, and we are adjourned for the day.